and welcome to RGDS Podcast, your retro gaming discussion show, where we talk about all things retro gaming. Now, this is part 2 of our Amiga special extravaganza, where we've decided collectively to decide within RGDS Towers the top 50 Amiga games. Now, our previous episode that hopefully you've listened to, that was where we covered from the games from number 50 to 26, but this is the top 25 games. This goes from 25 to the number 1 game that we consider is the best Amiga game. So we got some real all-time classics for you to discover and enjoy here. I'm your host, Paul Driscoll, aka the Drisk, and it's the three amigos here again. We have the Yak Maestro himself, the Steve Martin of Retro. Yes, it's Richard Yaxley. And joining us today, as always, as my usual partner in crime, is the Chevy Chase of Retro. Yes, it's Kingy, aka Gordon King. So I guess that makes me Martin Short, doesn't it, really?
You got the short part right.
Yeah. But yeah, now how are you? I'll start with you, Rick. How's things? How you doing?
Mate, all good. Yeah, so looking forward to this episode, mate. Last one was good fun, wasn't it? And this should be great going through the top 25 now, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm really hoping, because at the time of recording this, we don't know how it's landed the first one, but certainly editing it sounds really, it's good, and I think people are really going to enjoy, and hopefully, as a lot of our core listeners do, but also hopefully our wider listeners will try and replay some of these games again, because that's what our show's all about, is people working through and playing these games again. So it's wonderful. And you, Kingy, how's things?
All good, yeah. Just busy as always, but yeah, just been enjoying playing Amiga games more than anything else. It's a nice. I don't really need an excuse to play Amiga games, really, do we? Just go and play them. But, when you're trying to, reconnect with someone that we've maybe not played for a few years and, get a sense of them again, or as always, there's some things, hidden gems for yourself you've maybe not played. Maybe not in this final 25, we're into a lot of big hitters here, but nevertheless, I've had great fun playing some.
Oh, I really enjoyed,
games, yeah.
I mean, because, as I say, playing some of the best the Amiga has to offer, and as mentioned, I'll come to talk about the book that comes with this as well. So I mean, just so people are aware, so in the previous episode, not only did we do a recording of the 50 to 26, but we did a fantastic free book that covers those games in depth, etc. So hopefully people have really enjoyed that book. But with this episode, we have another book, and it's even bigger this time, guys. This one's 502 pages. I know it's crazy, but it's covering, as I say, the top 25 games. But more than that, it's the reason it's sort of quite large in the size of the book is because I also wanted to make sure that we covered all the publishers and developers quite in depth, so you get a bit of a history of some of the big players in those games. And then also you've got the final section of the book has what some of the key people in the retro gaming community, other podcasters and YouTubers, etc., they give their opinions of what their favorite sort of like Amiga games are, and some of them have, like, instead of just giving their favorites, they've given their curveballs of ones that they, the hidden gems. So that's wonderful as well. So that's a lovely section. No, these are good. These are good, Rick. And then in the final section, because after I thought I know how I can ruin it for the buggers of when we were fighting what would be in the top 50. I'll do a section at the end of the book of what I consider the best of the genre, and then I'm able to sidestep and get those games in that I was gutted that are missing. But I think it's a really good final section, actually, because it does shout out a lot of extra games that I think a lot of people won't, some might not be aware of, or at least gives a mention to games that to a lot of our listeners may say, why isn't this there or this there? At least it's in the book somewhere. So I think it's really, really good, and I really hope, like with the first podcast and book, you'll enjoy this one as well. Please reach out and let us know your thoughts and views. Right, okay, so should we go straight into the games itself?
Mm-hmm.
Let's rock on.
Right, okay, so this is number 25 and it's Shadow of the Beast 3. This was published by Psygnosis and developed by Reflections and came out in 1992. Now, Reflections, to some of our listeners perhaps don't know the Amiga, they went on to do things like Destruction Derby and Driver on the PS1, so they continued with some other great classics. But the Shadow of the Beast series was quite an interesting, if divisive, game, because it was all about, rightly, the first two were sort of derided as a bit of style over substance, but the third one, a lot of people went sort of left the series at that point. They were like, no, I'm done with it. And it's a real shame, because the third one, they really got the game where it actually had good gameplay as well as, very nice visuals. Now, I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy. Do you want to describe it to our listeners a little bit more about the game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, still what exists is that very stylistic artwork that is renowned from the series, looking like a Yes cover album or whatnot, with the dreamy mountains and such like in the background. And unlike, say, the first few, or more so the first one, which is more just a punch-a-thon and deciding which direction to go, which I really enjoyed. I mean, I love the first Shadow of the Beast anyway. I like them all. I'm a fan of all three. But when it came to this one, it gave you 4 worlds that you can just choose to do in any order, which I always quite like, that there's no... One level isn't dependent on another. You have to get an object that allows you access to it or whatever, So, yeah, you might be a bit crap on one level. I'll come back to that later, try another one. So you get to see all what the game has got to give you. But each of these worlds that you go into are action puzzle based levels where you can pull levers to raise up water, drop booby traps on big charging beasts, move battering rams, balance scales, things like that, things that, to be honest, you came across in, I would say, Tomb Raider. And Tomb Raider made these puzzles more into the sort of the public consciousness, if you know what I mean, with it being a very popular game. But I just adore working with all the puzzles. It's a shame when you play it the next time round, you don't forget them all. I just loved being stumped on this game, figuring out how to, achieve the puzzle in front of you as you're progressing through the level. But there's good action as well. You throw your shuriken-like thing to stab at all the creatures running about the place. And I'm really surprised that, Rick's not that much a fan of this game, because it's got a bare-chested man running about. Rick likes his bare-chested man games.
Oh man, I don't know. It's I think like the first Shadow of the Beast was always a game you put on to show your mates, wasn't it? Because it had such a great look to it, and it was really compelling in that way. Obviously, like we say, the gameplay isn't all that, but I think I did play the second one a little bit, and I really like the music in that one. That one had some really cool music in it. But I think just by the time Beast 3 came out, I'd sort of moved on to different types of games, I suppose. And the only thing I can really remember about Beast 3 from back in the day is when it was on Games Master and they showed you the 10 pints cheat, if you remember that. Where you type 10 pints in, don't you, if you get infinite lives or something like that. I can't remember now. But yeah, I don't know. I think if Beast 3 had the graphics of Beast 1 I think I probably would have taken more notice, but I just feel it's a bit dull and a bit sort of uninspired. It's almost like they used all their creativity up in graphics department in the first couple of games, and this one just felt a little bit bland to me in that way when I looked at it in screenshots. That's probably why I never really bothered with it back in the day. But no, I think, like you say, it's got some great puzzles in this one, and maybe I should give it another chance, really, because I did quite enjoy playing through a little bit of it that I could for this episode.
Yeah.
So, maybe I've been a bit harsh on it, but I think it's just a disappointment of the first two games, really, and what they should have been, and what they could have lived up to, if you know what I mean, if they'd had the complete package. I think
this has lived up to it. Yeah, the graphics are a bit more duller, not as garish as especially number one, but it doesn't make the graphics terrible. It's just that it's a bit of a shock that they're not quite as dreamlike.
Quite beautiful, are they?
Yeah.
Not ahead of the curve, is it? The first two were graphical showcases. Where by the time 1992, there were other games that looked just as good, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, and part of the reason is because like the first Shadow of the Beast game, they really, one of the reasons gameplay was so limited, like on the horizontal plane and things, was it was because they had to make a sort of choice because of all the parallax scrolling, because of all the technical wizardry. They were quite limited to the actual gameplay and the way it would scroll, etc. They were, it was just like a left to right thing, and then they sort of with Shadow of the Beast 2, they lost some of the parallax scrolling to allow, vertical and more facets of what you could do. And then again with Shadow of the Beast 3, they sort of put their efforts into like physics-based puzzles. And I get kind of what you're talking about, Rick. I mean, graphically, it doesn't look... As Kingy says, it's not an ugly game by any stretch of the imagination, but it doesn't look as wow as the first two games. However, gameplay-wise, it is really, really good in my opinion, and the best by far of the three gameplay-wise. The trouble is, like you, Rick, and loads and loads of people, people have moved on. It wasn't really. I think they would have done a lot better if they hadn't called it Shadow of the Beast. To be honest, Shadow of the Beast 3. They gave it like a new name because the perception was that it was going to be a graphical showcase. Ahead of the curve, and it wasn't. It was sort of in line with a lot of the other games. But I'm with Kingy. I adore this game, which is why it appeared in our top 25. So it's really, really good. Any more you want to say about this, Kingy, before we?
I do think that it just does not get the love it deserves. I just really think I'd put this up higher up the list personally. To me, it was one of my most favourite games on the Amiga. I get every argument Rick has made about it, and I don't know. Some people, it depends on the type of game people wanted back then. You know what I mean? The heavy reliance on the puzzles maybe wasn't for everyone. For me, I'm just a sucker for that kind of thing. So I just adore it. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it's here because, as I say, the Shadow of the Beast games and the book, thankfully, will cover all three of them in depth. It was such an important series, whether you loved it or not, to the Amiga that I'm glad it got a reference. And I'm with you, Kingy, that any way that we can shout out the third one, because I think a lot of people in the same camp that Rick is, they just looked elsewhere. And of course, it didn't appear on whether the first two appeared on a variety of consoles and things like that. The third one didn't. So, and then this is top tier. This has got Tim Wright again doing the music and sound. It's got Martin Edmondson doing the design and graphics. These are all the people that did like the first two games and sort of wonders in their own right. And of course, Jeff Bramfett, who did the graphics, I mean, he did things like Killing Game Show and what other things did he do? Well, he went on to do actually the Wipeout 2097 and Wipeout 64 and Wipeout Fusion. So he did some of those. That's probably where for many people he's probably better known as. But he also did that terrible Bram Stoker Dracula game by Psygnosis, which was well, I suppose again that was. Yeah, no, I can't. Even graphically, it was horrible. I can't. There's nothing I can say about
dodgy
that game.
license games.
Yeah, dodgy license game. But no, I'm glad. I'm with Kingy. I'm glad it's there. As I say, the book will go in depth of all three, and also a beautiful history of Psygnosis itself as well. So hopefully, people will enjoy. Any more you want to say before we go on to the next game?
All good.
All good, mate.
Oh. Right, okay, we got number 24, and it's Gods. This was published by Renegade, but of course developed by the Bitmap Brothers, and it came out in 1991. This is actually one of my favourite Bitmap Brother games, and I love so many of them. It's a side-scrolling sort of hack and slash platform adventure game, and it's all about you basically a sort of Herculean style character, and you're on a quest to become immortal and become a god yourself. So you're put through all these challenges. It's got a wide range of weird sort of beasties and creatures that you'll encounter. It's got the amazing title music of Nation 12, which is John Fox from Ultravox and Tim Simeon from Bomb the Bass fame coming together, and they did that into the wonderful music, which is great on the title, although sadly there is no music in the game. That's one thing that I've always felt a shame with the Amiga version. But I adore this game. I think it's really, really well done, and certainly one of my favourites. I'm going to go to you, Rick. What's your thoughts on Gods?
Oh, it's difficult, man, because I really do like what the Bitmap Brothers, did on the Amiga in terms of, their art style and all that type of stuff. And I don't know, it's just for some reason they don't gel with me, the Bitmap Brothers games, a lot of them. This one kind of feels a bit, what would you say, a bit sluggish. It's the scrolling is quite jerky, and the gameplay loop isn't really that fun for me. I find it's, I get kind of bored quite quickly of it. I mentioned in the book that I kind of preferred Deliverance, that game we covered on that.
Which to our listeners will tell you all we need to know about Rick's eclectic, unique taste.
No. It's actually pretty good, Deliverance.
I've come to enjoy it. It's no Godspeed for me, but it's
sure. But they are.
But I do find it funny that you're decrying Gods as being clunky.
No, I'm not saying
Deliverance
that.
Gets a pass.
I think the problem is with Gods, as compared to Deliverance. Deliverance did feel a little bit more like an arcade game, whereas this feels like it's trying to imitate an arcade game. If that makes sense, I don't know. There's something about it that just doesn't quite work for me, and I can't really put my finger on it because it's like a lot of Bitmap Brothers games, like Magic Pockets, whatever you want to talk about. They just don't quite come together for me. There's so much promise there, but when you start playing them, I kind of get bored of them quite quickly. There's one exception to that, which I'll save for later. But I don't know. Just it's weird with the Bitmap Brothers and me. They look great. They sound great. They play great, but they just, I don't know. I just can't get into them for some reason.
What about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts on this game?
Visually, it's exceptional. It really is. The use of that, the coppers and the rustiness, those kind of hues.
Mark Coleman's brilliant, isn't it? The artist of it,
I mean, all the sprites are absolutely amazing. It's one of the best looking Amiga games out there. The same orally, okay, the music's fantastic, but the sound effects are exceptional in the game as well. Really good. Do I like it? Yes, I like it, but I just always have got bored with Gods simply because it's quite repetitive, right? It gets samey very quickly, and you know what? I've never completed it because I just get so far and went, I've seen enough, and I've never wanted to progress beyond maybe the first couple of levels, and that's it, I'm afraid. But that's not to take away how well the game is done. It just doesn't gel with me in that way, that I don't, like I said in my mini review, I don't get a good sense of progression because everything almost feels the same. So level 1 looks a bit like level 2. There are small differences, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's just one big graphical design and that's it, but it's just something about it. Maybe it's just because of the predominant use of the sort of one colour range gives that feel of it, if you know what I mean. But
no, I know. Actually, I do take, that's probably my one criticism of the game, is it's the levels, the worlds are too similar. Mm-hmm. You do have different creatures, but you're right, there isn't enough that mixes it up. The
mechanic just remains the same.
Yeah.
You're just doing the same thing. And it's like, well, I've done that in level 1. Is there not something new to really challenge me, And yeah, it gets harder, but yeah, I mean, it is good. I'm not taking anything away from it. It's just, I do yawn at this game.
The gameplay loop just isn't satisfying enough to continue repetitive play, is it? That's what I think the problem is. But
do you like Deliverance? Are you part of the weird cult?
That's a shit sandwich. That if Rick was a record DJ, he'd be on at 2 a.m. That's all I'm saying. Oh, I'm sorry, Rick. No, that's being cruel.
Yeah, it's no. That's, I'm just trying to get a sense of whether I'd entered the Twilight Zone or something.
No.
No. I do take on your points. I do love Gods, and I will say actually, the SNES port is quite a good version of it as well, because of course you get the multiple buttons which help.
Yeah.
Because obviously they try to cram quite a bit on the Amiga joystick, particularly with like picking up those pots and things. Mm-hmm. I mean, it works how they've done it, but obviously it's naturally more clunky than sort of like a multi-button controller.
Yeah.
But no, I'm a big fan of Gods. It is one that's certainly at the time of writing it is on Ant Stream, so if people have that, they can give it a try or just boot it up and see what you think yourselves. But yeah, I'm certainly a huge fan of it. Probably as I mentioned, the biggest criticism I have of it is I think although as good as the sound effects are, and they are amazing, it really, I think it does miss something by having no music in game. Particularly when you sort of have, but then that's very Bitmap Brothers. They did often do that, didn't they, with quite a few of their games? Which is always a shame. Right, but shall we go on to the next game then?
Yes, please.
I just got to defend myself here a little bit because I don't quite understand why Deliverance is a shit sandwich, Kingy. Because it's got a better gameplay loop than Gods, so I don't quite understand. Ooh. But there you go.
You defend it in defence. No, to be honest, Deliverance has grown on me. And I will say, in the back of the book, when people were calling out games that they love, they do call out Deliverance. And I will say, actually, Rick, that because it was never particularly on my radar, but when I was talking about like the best top 100 platformers, Deliverance made the list in a reasonable position because of you introducing me to them. So it is good, I think, but it's
for me,
it's not Gods.
It's not Gods. Yeah.
For me, the trouble is with this is I don't like the graphics. It's digitized like,
with Deliverance, you mean?
Yeah. And it's like, it's got the looks of pit fighter in sandals, aesthetics to me, and I don't like visuals like that at all. Never have, never will.
And I think for me, saying with Deliverance, it's I find it actually the things that you decry Gods with, I find. It's more guilty of. It's a lot less. It's much more clunkier in its controls.
Yeah, I guess so. But I think it's because Deliverance has got more attacking options. You can fire the axe in different ways, and you can do sort of tricks as well to make your character move faster and things like that. I think that's why I like it more, because it's very stiff gods, you know, it's you walk, you shoot, that's it. But with Deliverance, it's a bit more freestyle, it's a bit more going on, I think, in that respect. That's why I prefer it. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, to our listeners, you know, give both games a try. Gods versus Deliverance. Let's see. We'll have to do a poll and see what people say, which is their favourite. Fantastic. Right, okay, so shall we go on to the next game then?
Yep.
Okay, so the next game is... Oh, this is a real classic. This is Ruff and Tumble. This came out in 1994 by the Wonderkind and published by Renegade. And this is an amazing sort of like run and gun shooter. I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, again, because I don't have the nostalgic memories of it particularly, but you do.
Yeah.
You played it back in the day.
Yeah, this was a reason, you know, it's games like this that made you clutch the Amiga and over your dead body where you moving over to them consoles or whatever, you know what I mean? Because it was still delivering exciting and very valid games for its time. And as you said, it's a brilliant run and gun arcade platformer where the visuals and the sprite work in this game are exceptional. You play this sort of cheeky young kid in trainers and blonde hair, and he runs about with his machine gun, you know, his all kind of robot, almost First World War looking soldiers to shoot amongst everything else. And, you know, at the same kind of speeds, if you wanted to run along, it's Sonic, because it does run at a good speed. If you choose to play it like that, you can. But wow, just the attention to the visual detail is like nothing else I've seen on Amiga person, not to this degree. This has, you know, taken that whole console concept and proved that the Amiga can do it. And there's just so much going on, you know, like Sonic, there's different multiple routes to take where you're collecting all your marbles in the game and getting to the end of the level. The different designs of the bad guys, you know, the robots, whether they're in little rollerballs or helicopters or you name it, you know, they're just excellent. And then you've got the level variety. So you've got the green, you know, everything's is cliched these days. You get the kind of woodland levels, the lava levels, you know, subterranean, then the industrial, you know, quarters and stuff like that. But the level design's excellent, the sounds are fantastic, and the visuals are superb. But I hadn't played this for years, and I was just excited to fire it up again. And it's not lost any of its appeal for me.
It's amazing, yeah. I mean, I actually, this was one that I cranked up when I went to Revival, the retro event in Wolverhampton, which was fantastic, by the way. But they had a real amazing Amiga presence with loads and loads of Amigas all hooked up. And you also had, like we discussed in the last episode, you were talking about the CDTV and making it with big speakers at the side.
Yeah.
They had that set up. So I had, obviously I did Turrican and things like that again, but I also put on Ruff and Tumble and was giving a good playthrough with the music blaring. And awesome game. It looks amazing. It looks like this works on a stock Amiga, A500 Amiga, 1 megabyte, but still absolutely insane how
producing
they made it look
AGA
this
type graphics.
I at the very least you would think it's AGA only. And to be honest, it's almost to the point where if someone had said, "Oh, this is a PS1 or 32-bit game," you wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got that next gen vibe to it. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, because I was still buying the magazines at the time, so I think my eyes were looking on to the Sega Saturn and things like that at the time, and I but I did buy, I remember buying the magazine. So how I didn't really register it fully, I don't really know. But I guess it was, I was about to go to uni at this point, and I was looking at other things. But I mean, obviously, I discovered it like decades ago. I mean, it's not like a completely new one to me. But yeah, certainly with us discussing it in the past and on other shows, and of course for this episode, has got me playing it again. What about you, Rick? What's your thoughts of this?
Yeah, I'm similar to you, mate. I had obviously I was still rocking my 4000 in '94, and I was getting magazines still and that, and I had a CD drive for me machine, everything like that, and I never came across this one for some reason. I don't know why. Just didn't come on my radar, but like you guys have already said, with the sort of the whole AGA look it's got, for a stock sort of 1 meg upgrade Amiga or half meg upgrade or whatnot, it's got I think what it's doing is it's using the half bright mode. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically the Amiga's got a 32-bit color in its original 32 color palette, in its original guise. But there's a mode called half bright, which basically gives you the same colors but half the brightness.
Yeah. So
I think that obviously leads up to sort of 64 colors, and if you're using coppers, you can get more colors on the screen as well and stuff like that. But this is the Amiga's sort of, what would you call it? Like a metal slug. It's
metal slug in Sonic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got that quality to it, and it's really well done. It's got that European vibe still, which is which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it does sort of lend itself to that Japanese style of quality, in terms of the animations and the sprite work and the pixel art of the levels and things like that. It's taken a good deal of inspiration from that area of gaming, and it doesn't look like a typical Amiga game like you'd say. Sometimes there's a certain style or aesthetic the Amiga can be sort of tarnished with, but this breaks the mold completely. It's an absolutely amazing looking game. Really good music. It's not got that sort of slowdown that you'd expect on the A500. It's really silky smooth. 50 FPS. It's not chugging along at 30 FPS or anything. It's really utilized the hardware in a really great way, and it's a great little game. It's brilliant. Yeah.
I mean, it's done by the programmer was Jason Perkins, so he's quite well known, particularly on the C64. He did things like Thing on the Spring, the C64 port, and Monty on the Run and Jack the Nipper on the C64. But he went on to do loads of games for like Gremlin, like on the C64, like Gauntlet port, The Avenger, Where the Tiger, those sort of games.
You can see it actually.
Yeah, but then on the Amiga, I mean, I love both of his games actually. He did the Apocalypse, which we've covered in one of our shows in the past. That's right, the Choplifter clone. Again, beautiful graphics, really well programmed, whether you like the gameplay or not. But he always made it look, gave it the programming chops to make it run smooth and wonderful. Yeah, as I say, Ruff and Tumble is awesome. Graphically, it's done by Robin Levy, and I mean, what did he do? He did things like, I don't know, Myth, History in the Making that we covered. Yeah. He did
great graphics on that.
Yeah, he did the graphics on that on the Amiga, so really, really good. But yeah, I'm sort of with you guys. This is, I don't know whether you class it as a hidden gem these days, because I guess people do know, but it's one of the lesser known Amiga gems that if there's one game, to perhaps people haven't played, to give a go and show what the Amiga's capable of, I think this really does sell it. I played it all the way through to the end for the book, and I loved every minute of it. It's fantastic.
Right.
Yeah, I think if it had come out, a year or 2 years earlier, it would have been a lot higher up the list, I think. We all have had the nostalgia for it, and I think it would have been a lot higher up on the list. Really, it deserves to be. Yeah,
because it's sort of very late 94, early 95. So yeah, it was at the time when people were moving towards PC and the 32-bit consoles, wasn't it? It just sort of passed a lot of people by, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely one I'm with you guys. I definitely recommend. Right, should we go on to the next game then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is one that's going to make Rick very, very happy. It is IK Plus, the Ultimate Martial Arts Simulation, to give it its full name. And this is done by Archer McLean and published by System 3. And yeah, what a fantastic game this is. I'm going to pass it over to you, Rick.
Yeah, so IK Plus is a classic, really, isn't it? Essentially, you've got the old Karate Champ formula in its sort of final guise, I'd say, at this point. This is taking that Data East gameplay and taking it to the absolute limit of what it could achieve, I think, really, in terms of an arcade-style game. What's good about this one is instead of, like things like Fist, where you kind of, you score 1 point, it's 1v1, and you score a point, and that's the end of the round, then you reset and you go again. This is like a constant sort of arcade, just chaos, a load of chaos. There's 3 of you, and you've got a points bar to fill up, and once you fill your points bar, you win the round, and then you go on to the next round, and you've got, after 2 rounds, you've then got a bonus stage, which can either be, depending on the version you play, will be kicking the bombs or deflecting the bouncy balls and the heads. But it's a great game. It's got so many secrets in it, I can't even remember them all now, but you can
I do list them all in the book.
Oh, that's good.
Every single one gets to
there's things you can type in, like it makes the game reset. There's button presses where you can change the background colours, or you can make Pac-Man appear, or the spider.
The trouser drop, that's the best one.
That's the one you love the most.
Yeah. There's a move where you can drop the trousers of the people.
I just wish that was a combination of buttons you could have pressed in the game to make your opponent's trousers drop, so you could have kicked him in the chops or something, like a Mortal Kombat style thing. That probably would have been the next level. But just a cracking game, and I love the speed settings as well, because obviously you can go from boring or yawn, I can't remember which one it is now, all the way up to turbo. And obviously this was before Street Fighter 2 Turbo and that, and it's pretty manic on the fastest setting, isn't it? It's absolutely lightning
you got turbo, swift, normal, done by like the F6, F7,
that's
and
it,
F8 keys. And there's F10 extremely slow if for whatever reason you wanted to do that. I mean, that's the thing you've got to love about Archer McLean, isn't it? He always, I mean, because of course he did like Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker that had similar sort of like hidden stuff and etc. But he always put like so many like Easter eggs and hidden stuff in his games that just really elevated it, didn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, and what about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts of this game?
This was one of the last of the PvP games I enjoyed in gaming in general. Okay, I like Soul Calibur and stuff like that, but I just thought it peaked at these games, and I didn't. I mean, that's simplifying it. I know Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and then everything else in between is far more. Has got complex nuances to the games and that, and people that like that type of martial arts game. I mean, I know Rick is a huge fan of that genre, so I'm not taking anything away from it. But for me, enough was enough that I didn't get anything fresh from it after this. So, I stuck with it. But in saying that for this as well, as great as it is in the Amiga, and it is, I'm not taking that away from that either. I played this enough on the Commodore 64 and the Spectrum, more so the Commodore. It was incredible on that. I didn't buy this game then because I wasn't one for rebuying games that I'd already experienced in the 8-bit era. It's not delivering much more. I don't want that. I had moved on to other better, brighter things than this. But that's not to say how great this is. I mean, it's a very tight, fluid-paced fighting game, and to have 3 opponents fighting on the one screen is absolutely great fun, isn't it? It's really good.
Oh, it is.
You spend all day long as doing backflips.
That's it. It's just sort of like having fun doing the moves. A surprising number of moves you can pull off with a single joystick. I would love to have seen a sequel to, like a proper sequel to IK Plus. I mean, I know there was like versions that came out on the PlayStation and things, but to make proper use of the multiple buttons and add, because that's one thing. It's very clever the amount of moves you can pull off, but it is very difficult, I find, to sort of like you end up just waggling the joystick and bashing the button. But mind you, to be fair, I do that with any fighter. But this is, I'm considering, it looks pretty good. I mean, it came out in 1988, which is quite impressive. But yeah, it's just a shame. I'm with you. I love it. I do find it a shame because I do own this on the CD32, and I was really gutted that they didn't do anything. It's just a straight port with it, you know,
Right.
because it would have been nice to just add something more. And the same with I own it on the PlayStation 1 as well, because I do love this game. But yeah, they never really took it forward. But yeah. Great game, and the hidden secrets make it even better.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because I remember sort of just after the sort of PlayStation era, when the Game Boy Advance sort of hit and stuff like that, they did do a sort of update, didn't they, with nicer graphics and things like that on the Game Boy Advance. It would have been nice if they sort of improved on the gameplay a bit and wasn't just a straight sort of port. But yeah, I think IK++, which was supposed to have come out where you could have controlled all three characters as human players, and that would have probably been a great thing.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, I had to double check that, because in my mind I was thinking, well, of course you could play 3 players because there's 3 on there, but you know, obviously you can't when you actually go to play.
No, it's a shame. Yeah,
but yeah, my memory had decided it was. But yeah, no,
I think all our memories decided that. It was one of these Mandela moments, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's a great game. I'm so glad it made our list. It's a great fighter. I do, and of course we haven't mentioned. Of course, there's the mini games as well in between to break up the action, like the bouncing killer balls or the kicking the bombs away. Isn't it? So there's like these
Rick
sort of
did
bonus
mention him. You were just sleeping at the time.
was I asleep? Yeah. It's been a long day. What can I say?
Yeah, the bouncing ball one is the most frenetic, isn't it? It's if you get into a rhythm with that, it's a game I could play on its own, to be honest. Just you know, almost like Geometry Wars type thing, where you just you know, you just sit there and try and get a better high score every time. You know, it's
getting into the zone, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Any more we want to say about this before we move on to the next game?
Just a quick mention for the Bruce Lee sound effects on the Amiga version as well, because they're always good.
Oh, is that Bruce Lee? Is it? Yeah. I guess
Enter
it
the
is,
Dragon, I think they're from. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, David Lowe did the music and sound effects of it.
That's right. Yeah, his rendition of because I think was it Rob Hubbard who did the C64 version?
Yes,
I remember
that's
correctly.
it. Yeah, so
he sort of took that, but like obviously used the right type of samples to give the Amiga version a proper real Oriental feel. It's really well done. I think he's extended it a little bit as well, if I remember correctly. But yeah, great version of the tune as well.
Next, Drisky.
Yeah, well, this one's a real favourite of yours, Kingy. It is Dyna Blaster, and this is basically Bomberman just with a different name. Incidentally, I did a lot of research to find out why they called it in Europe the first iteration Dyna Blaster. I thought perhaps it was like a copyright of an old game, but apparently they were worried about terrorism.
I was going to say that. That's the only reason, because of the IRA bombing, which was prevalent at the time. It was a touchy subject, and the UK especially, but I suppose it's whole of Europe it would have been called this. Yeah,
and that makes sort of perfect sense, really, I guess, in retrospect of the, as I say, it was a difficult time, wasn't it, with the IRA?
Talking about terrorism, can I make just a side note comment? It was like the first time I went down to Arcade Club with you guys. So I'm at Manchester Piccadilly station on the way back, and you're waiting on a train, you get some breakfast there. And I was like, it's fucking bins.
Yeah. Still not.
That was an alien concept to me. I've always had bins in train stations, you know what I mean? But I was like, holy shit. And what was pointed out to me is because you're like, oh, right, I see.
Yeah, that's it. To our listeners, it's because in the sort of like 80s, well, really 80s was early 90s, this period, the IRA would often put like the bombs in the bin, to blow up places. So they made the decision to just not have bins, and you had to either put the rubbish down on the on the floor or carry it with you.
I stuffed my Dunkin' Donut in your rucksack. Did you notice that when you got home?
I thought I had blanked out again. I thought I bought some things. But yeah, back to the game. So Dyna Blaster is basically Bomberman. So of course it's developed by Hudson Soft, although obviously a different crew on the Amiga version, and published by Ubisoft. It came out in 1991, and impressively, it is a 5-player game. You can play it up to those number of people. And it's a great port, but I'm going to go to you, Kingy, because I know what a fan you are of Bomberman.
I love Bomberman. Well, obviously familiar with Eric and the Floaters on the ZX Spectrum, but this is by Hudson way back then in 1983, was it, or something like that?
Yeah.
But this game, no wonder there's so many iterations and sequels and versions of it, because it is bloody addictive. So you get a single player game, which isn't quite as fun. I tend just to not bother about the single player campaign. It's all about the multiplayer. But let me explain the single player mode first. You have not necessarily a single screen level, but a scrolling level, which is, how would I describe, is made out of grids of solid blocks. And there are destructible walls in between those blocks that you can drop bombs to explode them. And the bombs then explode in a crisscross fashion, horizontal and vertical. So you have to stay out of the way of the bomb's direction. You can pick up more bombs, you can drop more than one at a time, or you can pick up, make the explosion go further. And there's other, kick the bomb things and other pick-me-ups like that as well. So you have to be careful not to, have a, friendly fire on yourself with dropping that bomb and killing yourself, as you have to blow up all the blocks to find the exit on the game. But that is, I've always found, no matter what iteration of Bomberman there is, or Dyna Blasters, whatever you want to call it, I've never found the single player campaign exciting. As I said before, the multiplayer is the most exciting. Normally you can play it even just in 2 players, and it's fun. One person's in one corner, one person's in the opposite, and the idea simply is to kill themselves. Not themselves, kill each other, to be the last man standing, sorry. So you can have CPU playing as well, and it makes it more frantic, and it does get absolutely mental as everybody's collected all the upgrades, and it's just explosion mayhem, and you really have to have your wits about you and pretty much well skilled in the game and know how to play this game to become really proficient. And my mates just stopped playing me because I would just kick their arse, because it was one of my favourite games at the time. It just was the ultimate couch game more than anything else. And I still play Bomberman and thoroughly enjoy it. To me, it peaked with linking up on the Nintendo DS.
That's a great version.
Yeah, love that version, but what a cracking game. Really enjoy it. I mean, what about yourself, Drisky?
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't have quite the same level of love as you with Bomberman. I mean, I do adore Bomberman, but for me, I've always found it difficult to get like-minded souls playing it multiplayer, which is really where it comes to life. And now, obviously, there are, for me, the pinnacle personally is Saturn Bomberman. But then I had the multi-tap and that
Bomberman World, was it?
No, it's called Saturn Bomberman on the Sega Saturn. It's for me, it's the best version, and
is it
really
much
wish
for the PlayStation version.
Completely, yeah, and it's beautiful, absolutely.
PlayStation
beautiful.
version is good as well, though, Rick.
Yeah. I'm not taking anything away from the PlayStation version, but I really think they hit their pinnacle. But I mean, back to the Amiga, this is, it's the first iteration, so it doesn't have a lot of the bells and whistles that subsequent versions have, but all the core mechanics are there. It's brilliantly programmed. It's got, again, it's a bit like we were talking about in the last episode with BC Kid and things. It's nice. combined with sort of like skilled European programmers that knew how to program for the Amiga. It's a good combination. Yeah, I really like it. I suppose the only downside, despite all the levels there isn't much variety in this one. You have the different like block types, but it is essentially, but that's the same, in this period of Bomberman. That's what everything was. It's not like it was behind the curve or anything. Yeah, no, really good, really good. And what about you, Rick? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that I think it was 1990 it came out on the PC Engine, and this is 91. And I don't think Bomberman came out of the SNES, at least in Europe, until 93. So this is like a European exclusive, really, on the Amiga for this game. And I did have the big box version back in the day with a multi-tap, and had a lot of good fun with it. The battle mode's absolutely insane. Really, really good fun, just getting the luck and getting the right icon, like either that one. I don't think you had punching it in this one, did you? You had the slide. You could slide the bombs and things like that. Yeah, so dropping a bomb and timing the slide so it landed in between a gap where you could see someone was going to run across and things like that. It was just manic. It's just great to see a Hudson Soft game done so well, like Bonk or PC Kid or BC Kid, whatever you want to call it. Just so well programmed. The music's great. It's a really good version on the Amiga, music wise. Running in really console quality speeds. No jerkiness, nothing. It's it's literally the PC Engine version done in an Amiga way and done really well. It's top notch, and you just can't argue. You can't argue with the time it came out in. It's just perfect. It's no one else had it except for the Amiga for a few years, in Europe. So this was the place to play Bomberman before the SNES. And I did play a lot of Bomberman on the SNES, but I also had my mates round and they were playing this before they got it on the SNES. So yeah, great version. Really, really good version.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Any more we want to say about this one? Or No, it is good. I mean, I think I did have a little moan in the book. You'll see, just purely because that there's, again, I suppose it's coming back to what I was saying previously, is that there's Amiga exclusive or games that perhaps deserve to mention, but then you're both such fans of this, and it's not a bad game by any means. It's a great game, and I do have fond memories playing it. It was, back in the day. I didn't have the big box version like you, though, with the multi-tap. I had a dodgy Ron version.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we go on to the next game then? So this is a real favourite of mine. We're up to number 20 already, guys, and it is Superfrog. This is a Team 17 game, obviously done in-house, came out in 1993, and it was kind of their answer to Sonic and those kind of games. It's a wonderful platformer where you play a frog with a cape, hence the term Superfrog. He has his a little sort of globule character that he can use as a weapon. It's incredibly fast. Some would say it's too fast. I guess this is the era where everybody was just trying to prove that they could go as fast as Sonic, not realizing you've got to make the levels fit that speed. But It is great. It's also got the Eric Schwartz title sequence, which I adore. So Eric Schwartz, he did all the sort of like Amy animations, so sort of like Sexy Squirrel and things like that. But he did the intro to this, and it's Superfrog, and he basically gets turned in, but his girlfriend gets taken by this witch that's jealous, and then turns him into a frog, and then sees the river of despair. He sees like a bottle coming down, and he picks it up, and it's Lucasade. Of course, originally it wasn't Lucasade. Originally it was Newcastle Brown Ale.
Brilliant. I should have kept that.
Yeah. But they couldn't get the license, unfortunately. So they begrudgingly did get the license with Lucasade, but it does show you different times. There's a kids' game, Newcastle Brown Ale. Because we did interview, and that's from, I did an interview with Martin Brown, who obviously head of Team 17, where he sort of regaled that story and many others. I think the book does give a mention to that, a link to that.
But think now, right? The way the world's went now, you've got a kids game that advertises an energy drink. That would be banned now.
I know. But it's, although I always thought of Lucasade, I know it is an energy drink, but Lucasade was always what you had when you were ill.
That's right. It was marketed and advertised as that, especially when you had the yellow cellophane around it.
Yeah. But I love Superfrog. It's got great music, and it's got, Alistair Brimble music. It's got great graphics, nice variety to the levels. I've a lot of fond memories of it. It does have its problems, mostly with the fact that it's always it allows you to go faster than the level designer should let you. But beyond that, it's a really solid platform, and I'm glad it's made our list. I'm going to go to you, Kingy, because you love your platformers first. So do you want to sort of give your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I mean, when I first came across it, I just thought the cutesy, cartoony style graphics were wonderful, and I love the forest level in the beginning, where the tree lines in the background, so rather than parallax scrolling, they're just subtly washed out and silhouetted in the background. Yeah, it just makes it very dreamlike, but everything has got that whole sort of anthropomorphic look to it, and all, not just your frog, all the critters that you're fighting, the trees, everything is given kind of human style elements to them, haven't they?
Yeah. And
it's one of these pick 'em up addictive things. There's so many coins, so many apples, you name it. You just get hooked on, trying every pathway in the game, because it creates that decision anxiety, as I like to call it, the fear of missing out. If I go this way, this shortcut that I've found through the mountainside, I'm going to miss out on the collections that I see up above. So you have to reroute and go back. So you learn very quickly, like as you do with Sonic, that it's not necessarily a speedrunner's game. You just play it more slowly and enjoy it and explore every nook and cranny and find all the secrets. And it makes each level a lot larger, and you're on it for a lot longer because of that. And I enjoy it for that. And I do think the levels are varied enough, to give you that good sense of progression. But the fruit machine in between with all the coins you've collected is addictive as hell.
Oh,
I can't get enough of it.
Blow your money, yeah. Like basically, all the coins you pick up, you can use it to like win.
Playing a buggy
and things, yeah. But it's a fully fledged. It's quite generous in that way. You've got a fully fledged fruit machine. There's even like Project X shooting style levels as well, where they make like reference where it's like Superfrog sort of like flying and shooting all the enemies. I mean, they've really been quite generous with the games and the variety here. I mean, and what about you, Rick? What's your thoughts on Superfrog?
Oh, I remember first booting it up and seeing the intro, and the intro's the kind of stuff that made you wanted to go into Deluxe Paint and try and do your own animations, wasn't it? It was so well done. Just great little bits of art there. But with the game, I think the problem I had with Superfrog was that I was already, because I had the Mega Drive as well, I already had Sonic and stuff like that, and this kind of pales in comparison to Sonic, I suppose. It's got a weird mix. It's almost like Mario 3 and with bits of Sonic in there, isn't it? If that makes sense. You know, you've got the little flying maneuver that you can do with the cape. You've got that thing you can throw, the little green blobby thing that you can throw. And of course, I think one of the problems because you've got the sort of Sonic running type levels, the thing about Sonic is when you see an enemy, you can turn into a ball, whereas this, you've got to either throw that frog or that little companion, or you've got to jump over them. And
frog
like
jazz, that's what.
Yeah, frog spawn. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It just I feel like it's a bit schizophrenic in that way. It doesn't know what it wants to be, if that makes sense. And I think that's where I kind of. I didn't get on with it in terms of the gameplay, but I do love the charm, and I do love the the intro and everything else. It's probably one of my least favourite Team 17 games, if I was going to be honest.
Yeah. I think the thing is with all platformers of this period, the thing is European designed platformers are very, very different, aren't they? Yeah, you know, they tend to be sort of large, sprawling levels, a ridiculous amount of pickups and things. But then you got that difficult period when Sonic came out, because Sonic was so amazing, and everybody on the Amiga wanted Sonic in particular more. I mean, we all loved our idea with Mario and things, but we had at least great Guiana sisters for our Mario fix. Yeah. And a few games tried to go down the Mario path, but particularly because the Mega Drive was so popular in the UK and Europe, every platform developer just wanted to show that we could do Sonic on the Amiga. And yeah, it did make it a difficult melding, didn't it, really? But I still love it. I still love the charm. I mean, I'm glad. I think it's about the right place on the list. I think it is one of the premium platform games on the Amiga, and great that it sort of made it where it did, and we've still got a couple more platformers. I prefer it to Zool, for example.
Absolutely do as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I do like Zool. I'm not dissing on it, but yeah, this is, I think, a better game, and yeah, definitely one of my, probably I'm the opposite of you. It's one of my favourite Team 17 games.
There you go then.
Yeah. So yeah, really, really good. Any more you want to say about this one?
All good here.
All good. Right, we're rattling through, and the next one, we're on to 19. It is Lotus Turbo Challenge 2. So this is the second in the Turbo Lotus pre-series. There was 3 of them. All 3 get mentioned in the book, but we decided that we would choose number 2. You know, between us all. Of course, done by Magnetic Fields, who did all of those games, and Supercars and all those good stuff. Published by Gremlin. Came out in 1991, which is actually a lot earlier than I thought in my mind with Lotus Turbo. It really is at the peak of the Amiga. And you could actually play this 4-player if you had a link up. But of course, famously, it was 2-player, where you could either do the split screen like the first one, but at least if you played single player, it went full screen, which was a big bonus. I'm going to pass it to you, Rick. What do you think of this game?
Oh,
do you want to describe it to our listeners a bit more?
Yeah, so it's, what would you call it? it's basically an outrun style race against the clock game, isn't it?
Yeah.
You do have positions in this one, though, don't you? If I remember correctly. I'm sorry, I'm not too.
Oh, right.
Up on all...
Well, should I go to? Maybe I'll go to Kingy because
it might be better.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just say briefly. Yeah, I'll just say briefly. So the first one was position based. Yeah. But the sequel went purely on checkpoints, so it was very more outrun style, which I personally never liked. It was one of the downsides of it. But I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy. Do you want to sort of give a little bit more to our listeners?
I mean, for those for a thirst of having the arcade, Sega Blue Sky Racer in their home life. Especially if you're a home computer owner where you had an ST or an Amiga. I said ST or an Amiga podcast. Am I going to get hung? Sorry.
Well, no, actually, we will say. I mean, a lot of these games came out on the ST as well. To be honest. For a lot of them, there wasn't much between them, really.
Take away wire chip and stuff it, mate.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I digress. Right, so you had the first one where in single player mode, it remained in split screen, so you only had the top half of the screen, and you had a mechanic working on a static image of a mechanic working on player 2 screen at the bottom.
Yeah.
And that was fine. You accepted that for the first game. But then comes this one. And yes, still an excellent 2-player game if you so choose to play it with mates. But if you wanted it in its full screen glory, then it did in single player mode deliver that. And I absolutely love this game. I love the scenery, so you've got the mountain range on the first stage. You're approaching. I love approaching the city at night on the second stage. Just all the evening light shining on the cityscape in the foreground. It's absolutely gorgeous. Then you've got the snow level, which is just so bloody hard to see, and lots of snow all coming down. It's just wonderful.
Fog was very impressive as well. Because this added all the weather effects and, like you say, and a lot of variety to the tracks, which was definitely a criticism of the first game, where it was a bit similar, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Even just going through the tunnels and stuff like that, it ran at a bloody good pace. It looked gorgeous, and I just played this so much because I longed for that arcade racer, and finally, because I had an Amiga, I was able to play it at home and just loved it. I'd not played these kind of games, since the conversion days on the Spectrum, and then these kind of things come out, and it's like, this is where it's at now, and it makes you so chuffed that you owned an Amiga.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, this was definitely, you ask most people that this second game is their favourite of the three. And I think a lot of that is to do with the time that it came out. It came out at the Amiga peak. The fact that it went full screen and it had the variety, Barry Leach's music. Although, of course, that's the fantastic intro music. I mean, actually, going back to it, the music in-game isn't as good as I remember, if I'm honest. I actually prefer the music in-game of certainly the third one, which I'll briefly mention.
Which isn't Barry Leach.
Which isn't Barry Leach.
Yeah.
But the first one, I think, which was Sean Southern. I mean, of course, for those who don't know, Magnetic Field's Sean Southern, who was basically the co-founder of Mr. Chip Software. So he did like Kickstarter, Trailblazer, all those great games on the C64. So they'd done all those fantastic games. And then, of course, when it came to the Amiga, they became Magnetic Fields and did games like Lotus Turbo Spree, games that we're talking about here. They did the Supercar games and Kid Chaos, which was a really good platform game. But I mean, a really talented programmer. He went on to do actually, which is one of my favourite rally games, the Mobile One Rally Championship that came out on the PC and PS1 era. Really, really good. One of my favourites. And of course, Andrew Morris was the guy who did the graphics. He was there at Mr. Chip as well and did all those games that we mentioned and all the Amiga games. And this one, as you mentioned, Barry Leach, who's featured many times. And of course, probably most famous or most recently, he's known as doing Horizon Chase Turbo games.
Yeah.
And of course, he did Top Gear racing games on the SNES, which of course were, to our more console focused listeners, they probably have fonder memories of that, because basically Top Gear was like a rip-off by Gremlin of the Lotus games, really, which they must have been really pissed off with Sean Southern and Andrew Morris, because it's such a blatant rip-off in so many ways, isn't it, the Top Gear games.
Yeah.
So I'll go to you then, Rick. The last thing I mentioned, actually, the reason it's not called Turbo Lotus Esprit like the first one is because this time you can either choose a Esprit Turbo SE car or the Elan SE. So there's two cars you can choose in this, which was a big deal back in the day. I mean, nowadays people decry, it's only got like 50 cars, but back in the day it was like, wow, I can choose two cars. This is amazing. It's how times have changed. But
I can afford one car and it has to last forever.
I know. What about you, Rick? I mean, did you play it back in the day much or not really?
Just a little bit, mate. I think the problem was I played another game quite heavily, and I never felt the need to go to the Outrun style game back then. I won't mention it because it's obviously it's going to come up later on. But I think if the Outrun release was as good as this, then I probably would have played that a lot more. But I don't know. It's a great looking game. It's got good silky scrolling and everything. As a side note, just why choose Lotus 2 as opposed to Lotus 3? Is it just a timing thing, or?
Yeah, well, I think there would have been a riot because there's a lot of people who don't like Lotus 3. I'll be honest, for me, actually, Lotus 3 is probably one of my favourite. Probably the first one is actually my favourite.
Didn't Lotus 3 have both types of gameplay? Where
So Lotus 3, you've got both types of games. So you can choose between checkpoint or positional.
Yeah.
It's got fantastic music. It's got a lot more variety to even more weather effects. You've got the cliff-based tracks. It's even got a track creator. Well, although it's more a sort of like you choose, it auto-generates a track.
Oh, I see.
So, but it was good. Rex is what it was called, and it was. I'm a real fan of Lotus 3. I never really understood why people were so down on it.
Yeah, we discussed that on the Evolution of Racers episode, didn't we? Yeah. We're just fans of the series in general. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with 3 whatsoever.
Yeah, the only thing that I think doesn't quite work is the futuristic level, the ugly sort of like checkered floor.
Oh,
it's quite jarring, but I mean that's just like one track. I'm as Kingy said, I think all of them are fantastic, and that's why it was good. So really, I mean, to our listeners, I would say this is a celebration of all 3. Obviously, for time's sake, we're only choosing 2. The other thing that's very cool is a lot of people might not know is there's hidden games under each one. So Lotus 2 had basically a carnival ripoff, the Sega arcade classic. It's called Ducks that you could unlock, which was actually a VIC-20 game that Sean Southern had written, called Quasi Quacks back in '83, and like some of the others, you'll have to read the book to see what the others were. But I think it's a great series. And
that's funny. Didn't Gotham Racing do that as well? Didn't they have like hidden games in Gotham Racing on the 360?
Not so much.
Like they're carrying on.
Yeah, not so much hidden, was it? It was you had. I guess you could walk up to a machine in the garage.
That's right. Yeah.
But and it definitely was in reference to these games. Yeah. I think all 3 are fantastic, and I would have loved to have seen them do an Outrun game back in the day.
They should have been given it, shouldn't they? Because I think that was my gripe. Is just that they are really well done, but they're just not Outrun for me, and I think that's why I overlooked them. I did play them. I think, to be honest, I don't think I actually had them, but I had the demo disc of probably 1 or 2, if I remember correctly. And I did play it a bit, you know, in the early days of the Amiga, so it probably was the first game. Just gave it a few blasts back in the day, but definitely really well done, really slick, really good tracks. You know, a lot of good fun 2-player as well, which is something Outrun doesn't do, is it? The 2-player type stuff and whatnot. So yeah, cracking little racer, really, arcade racer.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Right, any more we want to say about these games?
Good, I think we've milked that one good.
Yeah, right. Okay, we're coming up to number 18. We're doing well, guys. And this is another favourite of mine. It is the Chaos Engine. This came out in 1993. It's another Bitmap Brothers game. This time they were published by Renegade after like Imageworks had gone tits up. This is basically a 1 or 2 player, although it's always 2 player with one person being computer controlled, which was a nice sort of feature. But it's a 2 player sort of gauntlet clone. It's overhead, run around, shoot everything, collect your keys, destroy the equivalent of like the caves that they're coming out of. And you have to destroy these nodes, which are these rather phallic looking things. When you shoot them, the I don't know, statue type things that you've got to shoot for some reason, and then that lets you get to the exit. I'll go to you, Rick, then. Do you want to say what you think about the Chaos Engine game?
Yeah, so this is my favourite Bitmap Brothers game. It's probably the only one I go back to regularly and really enjoy. It's just really lovely isometric sort of gauntlet or you know, alien breed style gameplay. Really nice aesthetic, the steampunk aesthetic, and the use of the Amiga color palette is just, I do prefer the ECS version over the AGA. I find the AGA is a little bit too cartoony and too colourful. I think it kind of really, I find that
actually with all the Bitmap Brothers games, I don't like the AGA versions of like Speedball 2, for example, as well. So I'm with you on that.
It's like they designed it for the ECS, but then they just added colour for the AGA, which I think takes away from the overall look and feel, if you know what I mean.
Because they got it right in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. You know, exactly. Yeah, so it's a really brutal game. I mean, it's not easy. I think some of the problems with the game to talk about first is, you know, you've got enemies that can attack you in angles that you can't shoot in, so
unacceptable.
And they sort of spawn on top of you. That's that kind of cheapy kind of, you know, memory sort of style gaming for this type of game is kind of harsh. It does kind of cause you some problems, but you know, once you get past that, it's just, I don't know, it's just the amazing music of Richard Joseph. This is a classic Amiga soundtrack. It's got some really, like, what would you call it, ahead of its time musical tech in this, where as you progress through the level, the tune sort of gets more hyper. It, you know,
dynamic music
level, dynamic, isn't it? So you start getting like organs in the background of the main tune, and it just sort of you realise you're getting close to the end and of that part of the level, and it just I don't know, it's just a fantastic piece of art from Bitmap. I think everything that they were building up to with their previous games, I think it all come together in the Chaos Engine for me. Like, the gameplay's solid. I love the RPG light elements where, you know, if you're only playing single player, for example, you'll give the CPU a sort of dumb, lots of energy character, and then you might take someone like the Preacher, who's got not much energy, but his special weapon is he can bring himself back to life and things like that. So you can mix and match on that type of thing. I think as you go through, the levels do sort of drag a little bit, but I just get so much enjoyment out of it. It's a game I didn't really get to play 2-player that much. I'd love to. I wish there was a version you could actually play over the internet in 2-player, but I don't think the Steam release does that, does it?
No,
if I remember correctly.
the HD remaster's not very good.
Yeah,
it's a shame. Yeah, the characters are really good, isn't it? You've got, as you mentioned there, they're really well designed. You have the gentleman who's sort of like I don't know, he's kind of like a James Bond style character, isn't he? The navvy, who's like a psychopathic sort of like I guess Navy guy. The preacher, who's again wearing those sort of like round glasses, isn't he? And also a bit psychopathic. The thug, who's like muscular, like insane dude. The mercenary, who's like one of my favourite. He always reminded me of. Do you remember the Sega adverts?
Oh yeah,
yeah. You got the barber with the the round glasses, yeah. And then finally you have the
razor cut.
Yeah, razor cut. And then the brigand, yeah. No,
that's something out of Gangs of New York, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's well designed, and it does actually take. You know, they got their idea from William Gibson and Bruce Sterling, the Difference Engine, which is a science fiction book. That's where, but I mean, it's one of those games you don't really need to understand the storyline. It's basically steampunk.
Oh, I just remember the cool dinosaur at the beginning with the rave music.
Oh, great music, great music. Yeah. I mean, what about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I'm just like what you guys says. It's a very visually stunning game, excellent to play in co-op. And to me, what stood out was how the music worked, changed and adapted depending on what was going on in the game at the time. That was very inspirational.
Yeah.
Ahead of its time. You know, using this technology to the max, you know, for all. I suppose Lazy Jones, way back on the Commodore 64, kind of did things like that, where I had one tune and one kind of root note, and depending which sub-level you went on, the music dynamically changed and morphed into sometimes modern hits. So you'd hear it play 99 Red Balloons, and then it'd play, I'm trying to think what other sort of, you know,
I know what you mean.
80 synth hits at the time, right? And that blew me away.
I just remember your story when we did Lazy Jones on that episode. You was like, you was on the bus and you heard the song. You said, "Oh, it's Lazy Jones."
You can craft doing that cover version.
That's right.
So yeah, that in some ways, because I like my music so much, overshadowed the game. I was just so into that music can do that in a game. Music on a CD doesn't do that. Even music in Hollywood, it's contrived to progress to a frantic pace. You know what I mean? It's the composers thought about that, but to have something almost it felt that it changed in real time, just it blew my cotton socks off. It really did, and it's a underrated feature that needs to be done more often in games again, if you ask me. But taking that aside, visually stunning, brilliant top-down shooter. That I'm with you, Rick. It's Bitmap Brothers' best game by far.
Yeah, for sure.
I think for me, I mean, I do love this game. To our US listeners that are perhaps saying, "Oh, this sounds familiar," but I don't know it. In America, for whatever reason, it's called Soldiers of Fortune.
That is the shittest title.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know whether it ties in with the magazine Soldiers of Fortune in America. I don't know why they chose it, but yeah, they probably it's probably a bit like Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. They probably thought the Americans would struggle with the concept of a
bit of homogenization, isn't it? You know, it sounds more sort of gung ho American, doesn't it? Soldiers of Fortune. Yeah,
but it's bizarre. I'm with you guys. I love this game. I mean, it is one of my favourites for the Bitmap Brothers. The only criticism I would definitely say is it's too similar, the levels.
Yeah, that's my problem with it.
Yeah.
I think.
And I hadn't fully, I mean, I have, but when I go back to it, you know, because again, you know, I played all the way through for the book, and yeah, I was just thinking, oh, this is just, there's too many levels and they're just the same, and
they're brutal,
the same monsters and brutal. And it's, that's a sort of like the only downside of it. But yeah, I can't deny it. It's a fantastic game, and it's, like with arcade games, and things. It's all about, you can see where they put the effort was on the initial levels, and
it's got that console game swagger, hasn't it? But it's definitely rock solid. It's really hard. It's a really hard game.
But yeah, no, I really love it. Of course, Dan Malone did the graphics here, so he's, I think, one of the best graphic artists. He's obviously did Speedball 2 and some of Cadaver, not all of it. He did some of the Palace early games like Cauldron 1 and 2 and things like that. Yeah, he's just a very talented artist. But I love how he does his own version. It takes the Mark Coleman sort of metallic look, but sort of gives his own slant to it. Yeah, I think it's such a beautiful game. Such a beautiful game. But yeah, I'll just briefly mention, obviously we do mention the sequel in the book, but it's not very good, is it, the sequel?
No, I never did like it.
No, I mean, they sort of rushed it out. I do actually I own every Bitmap Brother game, like physically. That's one of the things I really wanted to make sure I collected. And I do own Chaos Engine 2, which is quite rare. I mean, this to our listeners is their own ET story because it sold so poorly. There's apparently they chucked loads and loads of Chaos Engine 2 box, the games in a tip. So, so
what ET over again?
Yeah. So if you see me like rooting around in tips, that's probably it. I'm trying to get more copies of Chaos Engine 2, but it's not a very good
Chaos Engine 2 game somewhere, isn't there?
yeah. But yeah, it's terrible game. But we do mention it at least. Anyway, any more you want to say about that one before we move on to the next one?
All good, mate. I think.
Cool.
Yeah, I think we said what we need. So we're up to number 17, and it's another Bitmap Brothers game. It is Speedball 2 Brutal Deluxe. This is, as I say, came out in 1990, so very early on, and it was published by Imageworks. So it's one of the last Imageworks games that Bitmap Brothers did before, they went tits up and the owner went for a swim.
To Barrymore's mansion,
yeah. This was off of because he stole all the pensions, wasn't it? Robert Maxwell.
Oh yeah.
And then he
faked his own death.
Well, no, I think he did. Yeah, probably faked his own death. I don't know. That's probably it, actually, isn't it? Yeah. But
is he having a pint with Lord Lucan now?
Yeah.
He's sitting with Elvis. Yeah.
So anyway, back to the game itself. I'm going to talk about this because I know you guys aren't the same level of fan.
Come for a pint, Rick.
Yeah.
More than the time.
Right, okay, so Speedball, so the original Speedball came out and it basically took a lot of inspiration, not necessarily in gameplay wise, but in visuals of the 1975 film Rollerball.
Yeah.
And it was a good game, but it was a very small sort of like arena, partly because it was originally supposed to be a real tennis game that they were doing that they sort of repurposed. But with Speedball 2 Brutal Deluxe, they really upped the ante. This is futuristic sport. It's like handball, where you're sort of throwing from hand to hand a metallic ball. But there's so much to the arena. You've basically got so many ways of scoring here. There's the goals at either end, but there's stars at the side where you can get multipliers of your score. or to get additional scores. There's a score multiplier, which is like a loop the loop at the side, which you can, if every time you throw it into it, it will give you a bigger multiplier. There's warp gates. There's all these different ways of scoring. This is what, for me, makes Speedball 2 so special, because it's not just a fantastic, well-designed sports game, but with all those nuances, it really, really helps, because there's, unlike with a lot of sports games where you're like, oh God, I'm like 10-0 down. I might as well give up. With this, you can take those points off people by like perhaps hitting the stars, the opponent, or, aim for the multipliers on the side, and then one shot in goal could tip it for you and you could win. It's a fantastic thing. And there's like so many like power ups and things you can like build up your players' skill sets. Yeah, I adore it. I'm gonna go to you, Rick, because you're probably going to be kinder than Kingy, possibly, and see what you think of this game.
Yeah, man. It's a great game from the Bitmap Brothers. I do like it. I think that in single player, it is kind of lacking, because it's got in traditional sort of Bitmap Brothers style, it's got quite a stiff control scheme, and and do you know what I would have loved to have seen? I think if this game was sort of like ice hockey, but with the same rules that it's got here, with a bit more inertia and sort of sliding around the arena like more fluidly and stuff, I think that would have added a bit more intensity and fluidity to the game. But with the sort of running and throwing the ball, it does give it a kind of stiff gameplay feel to it.
Just out of curiosity, when you were playing it for the book, did you use a proper joystick, or were you using like a control pad?
No, I always use a joypad, like the Mega Drive one.
So this is one thing, and I think it puts a lot of people off with this game. It's one game you just cannot play with a joypad because of the way it's designed. I think a lot of I'd be interested to see, if you and the listeners perhaps try it with a joystick.
Sure,
I think
man.
I'll have a better experience with it.
I just think that it's got a great look to it, and it feels like an arcade game, but I feel like it's just missing a little bit of arcade flair in the gameplay department. I suppose that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, it's got some little areas of the level where you have proper intense battles, like where you've got that little loop the loop sort of section,
the multipliers,
the multiplier and stuff, and the little what would you call it, where the ball goes red and you can actually knock people out of it and stuff like that. I think with the ice hockey idea, like when you if you like with EA hockey or something, where you slap the puck and it goes flying, like you can't really do stuff like that in this game because the ball moves very slowly, and maybe that would change the game too much. I don't know, but I just feel like that would have added a lot more dynamics to the game. But as far as a sports game like futuristic, I don't know if you guys ever remember, but there was a rollerball video game on the C64. I don't know if it came out on anything else, but I remember playing that.
I never played that.
Yeah, there's actually a rollerball game on the
based
C64.
on the film, so the same mechanics.
Exactly, on the film. So you're going around the arena on roller skates and basically doing what they did in the film. It's not. I don't remember if it's brilliant or not, because I haven't played it since back in the day. But I do remember rollerball. I did like it as a kid, but I think by the time this had come out, I'd seen rollerball probably like 5-6 years before, so it wasn't sort of in my. I knew this was based on rollerball back then, is what I'm saying. But I just feel there's just a slight little bit missing in the gameplay to make this like a sensible soccer single player game, where you can really get into it. I just find that this is really a multiplayer game, 2 players who are sort of equal skill level. You'll have some epic matches on it, it's got that quality to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, you're right. It does come to its own more on multiplayer, because as I say, it can be quite frustrating single player, particularly like with doing the upgrades, because it's a lot more involved. You could because you obviously pick up coins and you get money for winning, etc. But there's quite involved. the temptation is just to click all and then upgrade everybody unilaterally.
Instead of focusing,
Yeah, but always do your centre forward. And because you can go to individuals or at least the attackers and just make them maxed out, and maybe a central defence or somebody. There's a lot of tactics. It's a lot you can learn as you sort of play through. But the real skill players, or players that really know how to play the game, you don't go for the goals, you go for the sides. And I think that makes it quite a special game. So we've said how fantastic it is for the most part. Let's go over to Kingy and see what he has to say.
I have seen more meat on a lettuce, right? And it comes to that. Right. Two things for me, right? Sports games in general just don't gel with me, okay?
Yeah.
Except for one that comes near the top 10.
Yeah.
And secondly, I'm very fussy on futuristic things. Just it's not my most favourite genre. So therefore, you mar the two.
Mate, you don't want to know, do you?
That is exactly that, mate. That's the trouble. That's the trouble. But
if it was Quidditch, you'd be a well away, wouldn't you?
God, anything Harry Potter actually makes me fall asleep. Actually, it's tedious. I don't really particularly like I mean, it's graphically okay, right? It's just a bit bland. It's just a boring, riveted metal arena to run about on. And you pick up a ball and run about. That's not very much fun. It's touching a ball and running about.
Because any sport game.
That's why I don't like sports games. Right? That's the point. That is the point. But like what I said in my mini review, the trouble with this is, at this point, none of my mates were really into gaming, so games of this nature, they wouldn't play, and therefore I would have to endure it in single player mode. And it just doesn't work playing it in single player. I'm not interested in games like this. It is a competitive game to play with mates for banter. I mean, I remember when I was at Play Expo, I met up with one of the listeners of the show, Dougie McGregor, and this is one of his favourite games. So reluctantly, I went and played it with him on one of the Amigas that was set up on display there, and he just wiped the floor with me. I just don't get it, and I'm not interested. Multipliers, and I just want to put in the fricking goal. I'm not spinning it around a tube. Willy Wonka's chocolate tube. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like, no, not for me. It's just. Yeah. It's not what the Amiga was for me, and I'll never say this is a game that'll be in even my top 1,000.
That's all right. We understand. So basically, Kingy got thrashed one time, and he's been bitter ever since.
Took umbrage since.
As I say, it's interesting because there's a lot of I've tried to get like American listeners or people from the other podcasts of like American podcasts to like this, and they don't. It's a bit like Turrican. They just don't get the European love for it.
I think if you could get a few players together who were like reasonably equal skill and you learnt the game together and sort of really played it and tried to beat each other, I think it would take on a sort of SWOS element. It's just, I don't think there's enough people who play it seriously enough or have enough, and have enough interest in it for that to be the case. But it's I think it's definitely got a good vibe, and there's definitely some skill to it. It's just I think it's just the wrong time for some reason for this game.
So to our listeners, I put this as number 1 for myself on my top 50 list, and these boys knocked it down all the way down to number 17.
Not knocked far enough, if you ask me.
So is this a Wardner for you, Kingy? Is it?
I'd rather play Wardner than this.
Brilliant. At least it's got sandals in it. That's what
it does, yeah. Wardner tries to be interesting, right? Whereas this is just dull.
There you go, then.
There we go. No, awesome. Well, as I say, I think that's a great one, and we go in depth with all the Bitmap Brothers history as well. But great. I'm just glad that Bitmap Brothers got some much needed love on this top 50 list. Right, so we go on to number 16.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a great one. This is one of the best platform games on the Amiga. At number 16, we have Robocod, James Pond 2, codename Robocod to give it its full name. And this is developed by Vector Dean, came out in 1991 and published by Millennium, and is an amazing sequel and platformer to the James Pond series. Now, I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, because I know you love your platformers. So do you want to tell our listeners a little bit about this one?
Well, the Dr. Maybe has been up to no good again, so it's up to our, resident fishy secret agent to save the day. So it starts off with in the North Pole, and you have to go through sort of Santa's toy workshop in his grotto and that, and it just gives the premise of this sugar-coated, almost give you diabetes type game where visually it's yet again one of the most impressive things you've seen on the Amiga, let alone one of the most fun platformers to play on the Amiga. Now, one of the best abilities of James Pond is the fact that not only can he jump and collect stuff, that he can elongate his body and stretch it up, providing nothing that is moving about collides with it. So you can stretch all the way up, cling onto a girder or something up above, and then shimmy along the rooftops as well. So it's a case of using both of these abilities to solve the levels. I mean, there's so many great features on it. I mean, you can but bang your head off boxes that provide you with a whole mode of vehicles to, transport yourself in, whether it be aeroplanes or cute truck things or whatnot. It's just really good. It's so imaginative, that's the thing, and it takes you through a candy-coated journey all the way through that I don't think lets down. Whereas we had, say, things like Earthworm Jim and games like that had their quirkiness, this has more of this Japanese refinement to it again, that just gives you that game that is just something a little bit more special. I think you guys would agree with that.
It's so much imagination and variety to these games. I mean, Chris Sorrell, who's like the designer of this and the first game. I mean, he's such a genius, really, isn't he? I mean, he also went on to a more console-focused people. He went on to be the director on the Medieval games on the PS1. And he did like Primal and Ghost Hunter and things like that. So, I mean, he's done some amazing games. But I mean, you've got the technical prowess of it all running fast and things, but actually the level designs, you're right, is really, really good on this. It's definitely the vast, expansive levels of European style designs. And you've got that amazing music and ridiculous amount of things to collect. But every level is a pure joy of something completely different. And it's nice because you're going into Santa's like grotto, you're taking room department by department, isn't it? So one will be the teddy bear department or the sports department, etc. And that leaves a lot of scope for these wonderfully designed levels. How, he managed to fit so much in a single disc blows my mind. It really is, because it's a huge game, isn't it? It's got and it's like not reusing sprites often. It's sort of, there's a nice visual variety between everything. I'm with you. I mean, I think it's huge fan, and I still remember collecting all the cheats because with the collectibles on level 1,
that's right.
Yeah, you can spell out the word cheat, like with cake hammer, earth globe, the earth globe, and then the apple, etc., and then tap. And you can do the same with life. So they're all in the book. That was a nice touch as well, because it's sort of like this is one that I always used to put on when, as I say, even though it was years later, but I would put on for Molly when she was younger and things, because you could put the cheat on and she could have a grand old time sort of playing through.
I think I always played it with the cheats. Simply, it was so easy and tempting to do them. I can't even remember where I learned about them, where someone told me or I read it in a magazine, but because they're there on that first level, the buggery, I just want to see the game progress. It's just infinite lives or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Certainly the infinite lives. I mean, I try and avoid the invincibility.
Yeah, I want the challenge, but I don't mind, because look at games now with the modern considerations, right? You know, you pretty much respawned where you died anyway now. That games have completely changed, haven't they? Given kids of today that are used to games like that, a game like this where you're sent back miles, like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing.
Those cheats where you collect things in a certain order to do those cheats?
Yeah. So
I think I saw them on Games Master.
Yeah, Games Master did sort of like show.
Maybe that's what it was then. Yeah.
I mean, I think I found it from a magazine, but it was just awesome to sort of like discover. The one thing I will say, because you can still buy a version of this game, but all the versions that come out today is the based on the PS1 port of this that came out years later, where they did. It's not a bad game by any means, but they sort of like changed the levels around a lot.
That's right.
From the original, but then added some CD quality music, which is all pretty good as well. I mean, I like both. I mean, I picked up Robocod on the Switch as well, but you can't beat the Amiga version or the ST version. Yeah, the original version, really. I mean, what about you, Rick? What's your thoughts with James Bond?
Yeah, man. I think when I got my Amiga, probably I'm going to say sort of late 91, maybe early 92, I think the demo disc of this game must have been in the disc box of stuff I got, because I remember playing the demo of this when I first picked up the Amiga, and just like you guys have already said, just the really great, I mean, this is a brilliant Amiga game, isn't it? You know, the color palette, the way it runs, it's not got that jerky, slow, sort of unoptimized code sort of feel to it, as it feels very slick, very, very console like. I just love the moves he's got, like, you know, you use the down on the joystick after a jump to do his little hide inside his suit, kill maneuver and all that type of stuff. It's just a lovely little, I think apart from Wiz and Liz, this is my favourite platformer on the Amiga. I think I'd go with Wiz and Liz, but I think Wiz and Liz was a bit too late for us to put on the list perhaps. But Wiz and Liz is one of my favourites.
It's not a bad one, but Wiz and Liz isn't really my favourite. It's not like
sure. It's still all down to taste, isn't it? But
it's down
this
to
is
taste.
A cracking little game. It's brilliant, lovely. Also, it's got that, especially for the time, that Robocop reference, hasn't it? And
you've got the bouncy tune of the Robocop tune.
That's right. Brilliant,
which is great, because obviously the first one was like a riff of James Pond, James Bond. Yeah. And then you'll be pleased to know in the book to Alice, there's every James sort of like a James Pond version in spin-off is there in the book. So
I did like aquatic games actually as well.
Yeah, I love aquatic games. Yeah, definitely, really good. Any more you want to say before we move on to the next game? Right, shall we go on to the next game then?
Do it.
What do I have?
Yeah, number 15 is Fire and Ice. This is developed by Graph Gold. Came out in 1992, which is earlier than I thought it was in my head. And it was published by Renegade. I mean, they really were snaffling up Renegade, the best of all these development houses. And I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, to tell our listeners.
Always get picked on for the platform games, don't I?
Oh, you do? Well, you are the platform aficionado.
Platform peasant, yeah.
Platform peasant. Kung Fu cunt. Sorry, I did that. Sorry. Oh dear. We forget Drisky's on the episode with us, mate. He's not used to us firing insults at each other. It's a term of endearment.
From the listening, yeah.
Right, anyway, I apologise. Right. So yes, Fire and Ice, or the daring adventures of Cool Coyote. So this wonderful graphical game is another favourite of mine. I just love the whole icy feel given to the game. So you start off on a kind of top of an iceberg, where you must collect all the sort of fragments, pieces of key to make the main key to get through the door. It's as simple as that. But my God, it's a tricky game with the usual the slippiness of the ice, and okay, you can shoot little ice. I think they're frozen farts. That's what I think Coyote's firing out into the Eskimos and the penguins that are all on the road. But I love the look of the whole Ghost and Goblin style map. The world map at the bottom of the game to show
the great
you
water effect. And of course, one thing we haven't mentioned is there's also little pups that you have to rescue as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And they're sort of computer controlled, so you've got that element of trying to get the frustrating little buggers to jump across things.
Yeah, but I think it represents sort of kind of quintessential Amiga platform, especially with that, the gradient colour of the sky. It goes from the yellow to the red. It just looks great in the background. I was just easily impressed with subtle things like that back in the day. The music as well was just fantastic. I just thought it was very adorable and exactly what I wanted at this time in an Amiga game, is just this visually stunning platformer that then you go away from the ice and you go into the tropics, and he's got this cool snorkeling mask on and just running about the underwater caverns, and there's all sea turtles and such like about. Then there's a kind of Aztec levels on a tropical island, and it progresses really well. But it's one of these games, I think, because it was so bloody hard, a lot of people didn't see past the first level. Yeah, to be honest, you got to persevere with it and get used to it. I mean, I struggled again, to be honest, reconnecting with it, because it's been a long time since I've given it. I mean, I fire up every Christmas just for a bit of nostalgia blast, just because of the
Christmas theme, isn't it? And of course there is the cover disc is one that I always put, because there's a Fire and Ice Xmas level which came out on Amiga Power, and that's what I always put up for Christmas. But unlike you, I always put this on for Christmas. Have you ever played the CD32 version?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the music, the CD version of the soundtrack is another level. It's beautiful. Yeah,
it's phenomenal. It really is.
Really is. I mean, I love the original and the music, but yeah, the CD32 is awesome as well. But yeah, no, it's really, really good. I mean, you just say lots of variety. Obviously done by Andrew Braybrook, who did Rainbow Islands, that we've already covered, and all of those. I mean, this is yet another absolute classic where he showed not just his programming prowess, but his design, his ability to design good games. And of course he did do, the graphics was done by Phil Williams, who's done a variety of games on these. But I think it's an awesome game, and I'm with you. It's one of the, I think I'm glad that this even made it above Robocod in some ways. I mean, probably on my list Robocod would maybe be above it, but it's a close thing. I love them both, really. I love them both. What about you, Rick? What's your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, this one passed me by actually back in the day. It's a lovely looking game, really well animated. I think I do prefer Robocod. I just prefer the charm of it, but this has definitely got a really nice arcade quality to it. I just researched it for the show. Did you guys know this came out in the Master System?
It never got released.
Oh, it didn't get released, did it?
No, but there is a version. If you read my book, you would know that it didn't get released. No, it's only a little box out. I did give a mention.
Yeah, okay.
It got
I thought that was interesting. Yeah, there's a Game Gear version as well, but that apparently that got cancelled as well.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, they're not very good. I think it unofficially got released in Brazil.
I think that's what it was, because it was 95, so it was very late in the day. Yeah, that makes sense then. Probably Tech Toy released it or something.
Yeah,
but no, it's a great little platformer. I think I mentioned in the book, like, there was some other games that I'm surprised didn't make it on the list. What do you guys think of Pugsy?
Yeah, I love the music. I find the gameplay a bit clunky, but I do enjoy it. I mean, there's so many platform games that didn't make Alice. I mean, it's sort of testament, as I say, at the back of the book too, I've listed out, and I could have listed out a lot more, but I chose my personal top 100.
Yeah.
And Pugsy gets a mention there, but there's so many that I don't want to say them all here, because people might be still clinging on that we're going to mention them in the top 20. But I mean, the thing I will say is I'm kind of glad that we didn't. You could have easily done a top 50 full of just platform games.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the Amiga just had so many in abundance.
I suppose if you left that to me, it probably would have been.
or me, King. If it was you and I together, I think, without the curveballs of Rick, I think we would have had. Because there's so many that there's so many that platform games I love. But I'm sort of glad the way we've done it, because, as I say, at least at the back of the book, you've got, like, every game gets a mention, which is good. Yeah. Pretty much every game that, although I have to confess, in my top 100, I don't, because I really don't rate it particularly, but Wiz and Liz didn't make my top 100.
That's fair enough. I really like Wiz and Liz. Oh, you should give that a go.
That's good. It's done by it's done by the same. It's Is it Reflections? Did Wiz and Liz?
Just checking it.
It's done by the same guys that did Shadow of the Beast and stuff. But it's
Geez, that goes a bit fast, does it not?
It's brilliant. I love it. I love Wiz and Liz. So that's why I'm surprised you weren't on it.
It is good. It is good.
Give that a go, Kingy.
It is good. It's not my favourite. Yeah. It's not my favourite, but it is well loved.
Oh, I'd play that.
It does get a mention. I'm pretty sure one of the people in the retro community, when they gave their favourite games, I'm sure it gets a mention. Yeah. So we do.
If you read your book, Drisky, you'd know that.
I know. Yeah, I can't remember. Fantastic, right? Yeah, fancy not knowing all 502 pages.
No, unacceptable.
In fairness, Drisky, I want to get I want to get like a hand printed copy to read properly. I just read through all to see if there was mistakes and things. But I'm going to get myself a copy, like of each book printed out, because I do want to have it in my hand.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the last episode, there's something weird with the second, where they're annoyingly insisting on premium colour, which
makes it a lot more
expensive. If any of our listeners know how to sidestep that, or you'll have the print quality versions of these books. Obviously,
you can always go to your own place, can't you?
You can always go to your own place, but if somebody in the know finds a way to make it a reasonable price.
The photocopier at work.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah. It's. I'm definitely going to take the plunge and do the premium colour. Just
that's the shit about all these people home working now. You can't do these kind of perks off the job, the free paper clips and the odd photocopy.
Yeah. Although I found that certainly around our way, the all under real tight control, the printers and things, particularly the colour ones.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, actually, it's quite amazing, actually, how much love the Amiga got in sort of like the first 2 seasons of Games Master, because I do remember seeing this one as a challenge on Games Master. I think it was season 2, if I'm not mistaken. But the Amiga really did get a lot of love in the early period of the Games Master. It's great to see some of those games.
Amiga was huge. I mean, I remember, having discussions with some others in the retro community. I won't sort of like say names, but where they were like saying, "Oh, it's not as big. The Amiga wasn't as big as people make out," and it's like, no, it was. It's just you're going by sales figures. That's not the way to see the Amiga, because we were all little pirate, little thieving little gits.
Well, not just that. There was just a whole community around, like, demos, and there's so much more involved in the Amiga sort of social scene, isn't there? And it's such a rich. If you weren't there, you won't know. That's the problem with the Amiga, isn't it?
But that's also why, that's why I was so keen on doing this book and things, because of that very reason, that there's this treasure trove of interesting games. They're not going to be as polished as some of the console games, but they're special and unique and wonderful. And a lot of them, have passed people by because it was a very small window, really. Realistically, 88 really, with the Batman pack around then, isn't it? 88 or end of 88 was when it really kicked off, wasn't it? The Amiga.
Yeah.
It was big before, but it was a Batman pack that really sort of like kicked it to the stratosphere. And then by 94, people were looking elsewhere. The SNES had got more and more popular, the Mega Drive, people had moved away. So there was a very short window, really, but an absolute treasure trove of amazing games in that short period. But then, technology was like that, wasn't it, with retro games? It's quite amazing when you look how many years, like the Switch or the modern consoles, how long they've been going. It wasn't that long ago when in gaming, where really a 5-year window, 5 to 8 year window was the norm, but it's less so.
Well, it takes that length of time just to make one AAA game for the bloody console. That's
it. Yeah. That's why they're sort of going by iteration, isn't it?
Yeah.
But no, Fire and Ice, it's a beautiful game. It really is fun, polished, brilliant music, brilliant graphics, nice variety. Actually, that's one thing, playing it properly for the book and realizing, because I was like you, Kingy, that without save states, it's really difficult to to get off the first world. To be honest, playing through, I was really impressed with the variety. So yeah, really, really good one, and all gets mentioned in the book. Right? Okay.
There's a book. You'd never have thought.
I'm going to keep mentioning it. I put a lot of effort, sweat and tears into these.
A lot of effort's gone into those books, man.
Oh, it nearly killed me, if I'm honest. But I'm glad it's done. Right, so shall we go on to the next game? Right, okay, this is a really, really special one as well. It is Alien Breed Special Edition 92 is the one that we've chosen. Yeah, to be honest, it's a love letter to all of the Alien games. Alien Breed games. And this came out in 1992, and it's by Team 17 and in-house. The 92 Special Edition, incidentally, was the re-release of Alien Breed as a budget game. But they didn't. One of the things wonderful about Team 17, they didn't just re-release the game and sell it cheaper. What they did was they actually took all the feedback and everything that they'd heard from reviewers and players back in the day, and actually tried to fix it for the budget game. So they actually increased the number of levels, because that was one of the complaints. They made the difficulty curve a lot more smoothed out, and it critically put a password ability to jump to the level that you wanted. Now I'm gonna go, isn't it, Kingy? You're the one that's obsessed with aliens, aren't you? All right, I'll go to you, Rick. And Kingy, shall we go for a little we'll have a little kick while he's talking about it.
He'll not notice us messing with he waffles on about this for the next half hour.
Yeah, so Rick, do you want to tell us the Alien Breed, particularly the Special Edition 92, but you obviously will give mention later on about the others and the sequels.
No, she said later on when the sun comes back up in the morning.
Yeah, when I've switched the recording off. Yeah,
when you've got divorced and you're homeless. Yeah. Yeah, so Alien Breed, this is a quintessential Amiga game for me. This is in my top 10. I can't remember exactly where it is now, but it's very high up there. And what you've got essentially is a James Cameron inspired Gauntlet clone, really, for all intents and purposes. Got your pickups, which is either money or health or ammo clips, generally speaking. You've got RPG light elements with the Intex computer systems that you can find scattered throughout each level, where you can either buy things like extra lives or upgrades for the gun, etc. And the main game loop is literally just you go around the level and you sort of achieve the objective of that specific level. So either it's escape or it's shoot things to blow up and start a self-destruct and whatnot. It's just a marvelous love letter to the Aliens franchise. It's the Aliens game that we should have had as an actual Aliens license, really. I think it's one of those really well crafted games that would have been brilliant as a proper Aliens release, but Team 17 took a bit of liberty with the license and changed the Xenomorph to not get any copyright.
Well, they're pretty close, actually. I mean, they give other aliens, but your default xenomorph aliens you encounter on level 1 are basically the James Cameron xenomorph in the game, or HR Giga xenomorph, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I did love 92. I thought it was a great version of the game, but my real love for this series, I'd say, sits with Alien Breed 2. I just love the aesthetic, the sort of graphical overhaul they did with number 2. You had some extra characters with different starting weapons and things, and it felt a little bit more like there was level progression, like the settings changed a lot more in the later game, Alien Breed 2. Tower Assault I felt was a little bit too convoluted and probably too late in the day by the time that came out. So I think the sweet spot for me with Alien Breed is the second game. I just love the atmosphere. It's so claustrophobic. It really does feed into that. If you was a fan of Aliens in any way, this really scratched the itch. And the 2-player mode as well. Just a great game. I just love this one to death. I go back to this all the time. Whenever I fire up the Amiga emulator or whatnot, this goes on inevitably, without a doubt. So I mean, I'm not going to whittle on. What did you guys think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I love the Alien Breed series like you. It's a great love letter to the series. Pretty much everything that you say. I mean, I do think that Alien Breed Special Edition was a real step up over the original Alien Breed. I mean, they really did improvements. The trouble with Alien Breed 2 is the opening level, but once you learn how to beat it, it's not just dodgy, it's like the worst. I mean, this is the thing that fizzles my mind with Team 17 is they were obviously such talented designers, programmers, graphic artists, and everything. But they made some like absolute clangers, you know, like the opening level.
Well, yeah, I think the opening level of 2 would have been better if it was more desolate, if nothing was going on and you just like had wind noises and you were exploring.
Yeah, that would have been good, but they just
overdone it, didn't they? Yeah.
They overdid it with like loads. I mean, real common mistake with Tower Assault. I actually prefer Tower Assault over 2 purely because it's actually very unique. You could tackle, so it was open world.
It wasn't non-linear, wasn't it?
Yeah, so you could go to whichever compound you wanted and tackle in any order. So you got that kind of like almost Zelda-like vibe.
I did like that sort of, what would you call it? Sort of, I don't know, it's hard to describe. It's got that kind of feel to it, hasn't it? Where it does feel like there's a lot of progression in it. It does tell a story more in that respect. And one thing I like about Tower Assault as well is the second button makes your character reverse so you can fire backwards. So instead of having,
that's
I
really
love
cool.
that would have, if that was in 2, that would make 2 perfect for me. But yeah, I did love that sort of turnaround move as well. It was great.
But I do like with the second and the third is that you've got all the sort of like, you know, the sort of like there's swimming pools and things like that.
There's dead scientists all over the floor and things it gives it more life, doesn't it? It makes it feel more lived in, so to speak, the universe. Yeah.
Well, the Tower Assault you got some pretty like major gore everywhere. You see all the people ripped to shreds and stuff or killed in their beds.
That's right.
I think it's a great series. Probably 92 is the special edition is probably my favourite. Probably nostalgia. It's one I played the most.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And also because I think it had the right difficulty curve, whether I found some of the others, as I say, they just sort of, were too
difficult
level,
or
too difficult
whatever.
And too difficult.
Yeah,
And
I think special editions, like for a budget release, it hits the nail on the head. Like for a price point and everything else, it's a classic, isn't it? It is the go-to version. Like if you're starting out with a series, 100% as well.
And I love it when it cuts the power and it all goes dark and you gotta get and you got that the female voice.
Yeah, that's a computer voice. Yeah, like it's almost harking back to Mother,
Reed,
isn't it, and stuff like that. And
I really like this game and I'm glad it made our list. It's definitely an Amiga special, isn't it? It's one that you couldn't have an Amiga list without Alien Breed somewhere.
No, for sure.
I mean, what about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's very, very atmospheric. I just everything you guys said, it just oozed horror, fear, the anticipation of the xenomorphs and that, and it did make you trigger happy. Shot. If it moves, you just started shooting,
Yeah, and then run out of bullets.
Too much.
It's almost like survival horror, isn't it, in a way?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. There's a lot of elements of that, isn't it, actually?
Yeah. I think, though, everyone always gives it the gauntlet reference rather than Into the Eagle's Nest, which if you played that on the Commodore 64, you'd see even closer similarities. Yeah, if it wasn't for Gauntlet, you wouldn't have, or if it wasn't for Dandy, you wouldn't have Gauntlet, and if it wasn't for Gauntlet, you wouldn't have Into the Eagle's Nest. I appreciate that. But that is a fantastic game as well in its own right. Just, World of War, espionage, shooting Nazis, absolutely fantastic. But yeah, this is the evolution of that. It gives you a fantastic sci-fi that, you're right, should have been and easily have been a license for the tie-in with the movies. It just wasn't, and well, maybe it's all the better for it that it isn't restricted in the canon of the movie and whatnot.
So I'm surprised there hasn't been some enterprising sort of like indie developers that have like somehow back calculate, because there has been like an indie version of this that got released on the PC, but I'm surprised somebody hasn't taken the the alien story and add the characters and things. I think it would be awesome. Anyway, that's just for the birds, isn't it? I mean, the good news is the book covers every single version of the game. It even go into the 3D ones, which they're not really Alien Breed, are they? They're just the name.
Doom, innit? It's Doom time for the Amiga, yeah. I couldn't run it on my 4000. Gloom was about the best I could get, but yeah.
Yeah, it's, obviously with emulation, you can like crank it all up and sort of play them. And I will say Alien Breed 3D is actually, it's no like Doom beta or anything like that, or anywhere in, not even able to like polish the shoes of the of Doom or of its ilk. But it's actually not a bad game. I mean, the Alien Breed 3D 2 Killing Fields, even cranking up, it's not the best game at all. But overall, I think it's a great series, and I'm definitely glad that it included. Any more you want to say on that series?
All good.
No, I think that's good. Right, okay, so we go on to the next game then. I take that silence as yes.
I was having a cup of tea. I mean, you know, when we're recording 25 games in an episode, mate, I mean, you do get a little thirsty.
Well, that's not allowed. It's not allowed. Right, okay, yes. So we're on number 13, and this game is certainly out of this world. You see what I did there? And it is Another World, and this is an absolute classic. Came out in 1991, done by Delphine Software, French development house, and published in Europe as US Gold. And yeah, in America it was known as Out of This World for some reason. I don't know why they didn't like the name of Another World. But this is an absolute classic, and I'm going to go across. Who am I going to go across to? I'm going to go across to you, Kingy, I think, on this one. Okay. So do you want to tell our listeners a bit more about this classic game?
Yeah. Well, this is a game that has a huge cinematic opening, but more on that in a little second, okay? So you control the main protagonist, who's called Lester. One, bad name, don't trust him already, okay? He is doing secret experiments deep down below the ground, so B, don't trust him on that either. More so to distrust him, he wears khaki chinos and white trainers. Absolute distrust of this guy. He's like, no street cred in my views. And you're going, Paul, what's wrong with wearing them?
I was thinking that he drives looks like a Ferrari, which is pretty cool.
So before Gordon Freeman buggers things up and creates the whole issues in Half-Life, this fella's in a particle accelerator, much like the Hadron Collider, and basically buggers about with it and takes him to another world. But that opening cinematic experience, you just seen him, you know, arrive at the laboratory, like it's almost like an everyday thing, you know. Enters his finger on the keypad, gets into the elevator, you know, logs onto the machine and starts the whole acceleration thing, the lightning. It goes, you know, outside the lab and his super high-end sports car is outside, they're all lightning striking and zap. And just how it opens then, it takes him to, I'm about to say the swimming pool there, but he is teleported into water. The worst place you can just be zapped to is like, what the hell? 1 minute I was breathing, the next minute I'm like, shit.
Well, it's better than squelch on the floor, I guess.
Well, that's true. That's true. So you get to the top, and the game experiences, you realise in this as you move along to the right, how quickly you do die in this game. You know, there's a little licorice all sort of creatures that are like slinkies. They go across the floor, and you go, oh, how cute, and they got venomous claws that just, you know, strike you.
Big fang, isn't it?
Big fang,
kills you immediately.
Yeah. And then there's that big beast thing that is great, because you see it as you come out the water, that it's just running in the background. You know it's going to be a problem. And as the game does have trial and error elements of Dragon's Lair. So if you want to say Prince of Persia meets Dragon's Lair,
I think it's a good way of describing it.
Yeah, with just absolute stunning vistas, completely cinematic all the way through, you know, earthquake rumbles and whatnot. It's just absolutely brilliant, and it blew me away when I first saw this. This is one of these things you're going, yeah, this is next gen. The Amiga has arrived. Yeah. This is what this game says to me when I still play it with a smile. I do. It's a bit clunky these days and things like that, you know, and there's gameplay elements in it you probably wouldn't put in a modern game nowadays, but back then this was the business.
Oh, it was amazing, isn't it? I mean, it really gives that feeling of an alien world. I mean, from everything from, you know, when you first meet the because there's no dialogue. It's all done through sort of expressions and things in the cutscene. And
I much prefer that in games, by the way, and I wish more would do that.
Yeah, I think it's really well done. And you really build up a rapport with this sort of like friendly fellow alien prisoner that you've been captured with. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's Dragon's Lair, but with gameplay. It's actually quite fun to play. It's got good gameplay, and it really sort of drives you on to sort of play through. And yes, it's frustrating, you know, it's so easy to die and you go back, but I mean, certainly back in the day we didn't really care about that. It was just because you knew, okay, well, I know I've got to kick those little like leechy things with the big claws, or I need to do, you know, grab the vine to avoid the big beastie and run for hell for leather. Mm-hmm. But yeah, very cinematic and really all the way through the end to the end. It's quite a short game, but it doesn't matter because the nature of sort of like having to repeat the sort of like trial and error gameplay sort of lends itself to being quite a short game. Mm-hmm. But I was like you. I mean, I played it all the way through to the end. And I always go back to it, even now, just, you know, to give it a go.
And of course, graphically, it's all done with polygons, but in 2D, isn't it, as well? It's not really...
Oh, it's got amazing... I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it just has a very unique and wonderful look to things. I mean, what about you, Rick? What's your thoughts with this one?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, this, man, because I really do like the style, the vector, sort of the complete vector package in the graphics department for this game really sets it apart from every other game, really, in this sort of, you know, platformy type of affair, and even sets it apart from Flashback, really, because, you know, Flashback's got pixel art in it as well. But I think this is where the problems lie for me, is when you describe it. You probably described it best, actually, as in the Dragon's Lair style trial and error. I think that I struggle with the trial and error type thing because I sort of consider myself a skill based player, if that makes sense.
And you've got a shit memory.
It's not that. It's just like I'd like the opportunity to be able to get it right first time with like reflexes and stuff out, I suppose. But I think that's probably where I got hung up on the game. And to be honest, I remember seeing it in the magazines back in the day, but I never did play it back in the day. It's only sort of recently, you know, in the last 10 years or whatever, I gave it a try. I think it got re-released on the 360 perhaps. And I think I picked it up on that, and I thought, oh, this is going to be just like Flashback, but it's obviously completely different, really, in the gameplay department, obviously from the same team. But like you say, I think it's you know, it came out on everything, didn't it, this game? And, you know, it's pretty good on most systems, and it is a good experience.
Yeah, I remember recommending it to the console owner friends of mine, and they bought it and didn't enjoy it. At all. They did not like it. It's like, it's too slow. It's not the kind of game they wanted to play. Yeah, again, it's just more the mentality that the game, they were just wanting complete action games, and it has excellent action moments in it, but they're more paced, aren't they? They're not. It's not all out shooter. It's
definitely a game that breathes, isn't it? It breathes, and the story sort of is told through the graphics and the different levels and the different scenes you go through, and
the partnership. The partnership with Lester and, you know, the alien guy that you're imprisoned with, and he meets you up along the way, like he opens a manhole lid that you can fall down the drain pipes, can't you? And you roll in the sewers whatever it is, exhaust vents, whatever it is, you're rolling about. It's really good. I'm just thinking there, Rick, right? So there it is, you know, Mr. Potato Head and him. So you've got, I think it's representative of, Young Rick, when he had his Timothy gorgeous red hair, and Rick now.
Yeah, it's not far from the truth, to be honest, mate.
No, it is awesome. I mean, Eric Chahi, who did this game. I mean, a more recent title that he's done is From Dust. So perhaps some of our people, younger listeners, if there are any, that's a more modern game that he's done. But I mean, he hasn't done many games, but this, they're all wonderful, really, in their own way. One of the things I would say is, of all the ports, personally, the one I prefer, and I even prefer it to the remaster, is actually, although I've got the memories for the Amiga port, to our listeners, try the 3DO port. It has a sort of filmic sheen to it, which I've not seen on any other version.
I've never seen this, yeah.
And I think it's brilliant. I think the 3DO one, and I'm lucky enough to own it as well, which is good. But that's really good. The other thing that people don't often realise, which I've put in, all of this is in the book, but the Heart of the Alien is a Mega CD or Sega CD sequel, Sega CD, because it's so Americanoni, and that it's actually a sequel to Another World, and it tells, as well as Another World is on it, you get a whole sort of sequel, which is like a prequel, really, telling about the Rick without his hair, the alien dude. All about his life and how he came. So a lot of people don't realise there is actually a sequel/prequel to Another World as well, and that was only on the Sega CD. But yeah, no, I think it's I think it's an awesome game, and I'm with you guys. I think it's really special. It's certainly, I'm so glad it's on the list, because it really blew us all away. I think everybody who played it, when you think 1991, this was so ahead of the curve. I mean, this isn't that long after sort of like Prince of Persia for most people. So to see this level of more complex storytelling and this real feeling that you're entering an alien world. I particularly remember that bit when you go in the tower and you look out the window and you see the alien landscape, and it just seems so magical. You really felt as a kid that you could go anywhere, although of course you couldn't, but you felt you truly had like entered an alien planet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
No, really, really good. Really good. Right. Okay. So we go on to the next game then.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so we're up to number 12. We're nearly there, boys and girls, and it is Flashback. Yes, this is another Delphine developed classic game coming out the following year by a different development team, but in 1992, and a game published by US Gold. And this again was incredibly special. Gonna pass it to you, Rick, because I know you're such a huge fan of this game, and rightly so.
Yeah, this is a cracker. So Flashback, the quest for identity, it takes a great deal of inspiration from Total Recall, I suppose, or the Philip K. Dick novel. I can't remember the bloody name of that now, but
we'll sell it for your wholesale.
That's it. Yeah, we sell it for your wholesale. That's it. Yeah. It's basically you take on Conrad, who's the main character, and it's literally a a really stylistic clone of Prince of Persia gameplay in a way, but with all the added extras, like with the gunplay, the rolling, and all the tech you get in the game that have got certain set piece uses and stuff like that. It's just got an amazing array of different levels. There's some really cool bits, like where you are in a sort of Running Man game show, which is like the Tower of Death, or the Death Tower, whatever it was called now, if I remember correctly. This game just took me by storm when it came out, and then you got Raphael Gesca's amazing music on the Amiga. I know this was supposed to be a Mega Drive game, you know, technically, but I still think it's best on the Amiga. I think it's got the best presentation, best sound, and it's just a fantastic game. Love it to death. What did you think of it, guys?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, to be honest, back in the day, when I played it, I did get frustrated a little bit with it, if I'm honest. And it's only subsequent years, like years later when I was a bit older, but really the Amiga sort of like passed most people by, that I truly sat down and played this properly. Because it starts off, I mean, it's all right, but it's like in the jungle levels and it's a bit meh. But of course, once you get past the jungle levels, it really opens up, doesn't it? You get all the futuristic locations. You go on the underground, and it's a really compelling story once you put like the effort and time to go in it. And I've really come to appreciate this over the years. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's done by Paul Cassette. He also did the fantastic games like Operation Stealth. We covered that, didn't we, in the James Bond, as a James Bond stealth affair. In the James Bond episode. A Cruise for a Corpse he did as well, and of course, you know, the Flashback games. But yeah, I think it is a really special game, mixing in, as you say, all the animations and complexities that it pulls off on one joystick, which is quite impressive. Yeah, very, very ahead of its time. And I'm with you. I mean, it's technically the Mega Drive is seen as the sort of primary version to a lot of people, but I'm with you. I think the Amiga version is certainly the one I always remember and go back to. I mean, what about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts with this one?
Oh, absolutely. I'm with you guys. I mean, we're getting near the top 10 now, so any game we're speaking about we're in the absolute marvellous stage, in our opinions anyway. You know, there will always be the haters of games like this, but it took everything Delphine learned from making Another World and just delivered something far more superior, far more involving. And the rotoscope animations, you know, the captured movement of the main character is incredible. And even the subtleties, you know, when he jumps up a ledge above him and he grabs on, and the length of the jacket then is pulled up so you see the white of his shirt underneath the jacket just at his waistline. That's a small subtlety that actually makes such a huge difference, and there's tons of little nuances in the game like this. I just thought that a game like this, right, with graphics like what they're providing you can't always get both. You know, that was the combination of stunning visuals, right, not Rise of the Robots, right, where that's all it is, just to show off a tech demo of visual splendour. And here you are with something really engaging, a good storyline, excellent Abe's Odyssey like puzzles. More, I think, well, what I mean, obviously it's taking it from Prince of Persia, but I think there's more akin to Abe's Odyssey that certainly has more influence, that, if you see what I mean.
I know what I mean.
Of the puzzles of each screen, how not to get killed and how to avoid traps. And even some of the bits remember me of Impossible Mission on the Commodore 64 as well. So I love it. I absolutely think, you know, it's another very console game on the Amiga, and it's superb.
Yeah, no, I'm with you guys, and it's sort of a shame that I know there's recently been the Flashback 2, but you had the weird fade to black that was
awful. I was so excited about that being really, you know, advertised as a sequel to it. Yes, I want to continue this, and this would be fantastic on the PlayStation 1. But it was a mediocre third person whatever it was.
Yeah,
It was barely a shooter, you know
It
what I
plays
mean?
better on the PC, but yeah, you're right. It's not. It's because they tried to go 3D. You know, I mean, obviously Flashback 1 was the only one that appeared on the Amiga, so I will be concentrating on. But yeah, overall, I think it's it's a real gem of a game, and one that I'm glad spending the time again for the book, sort of playing it through. So, you know, I played it again properly all the way through to the end. So it was, it's a joy sort of spending these time with these games.
What an ending sequence as well, and the music is fantastic.
Awesome. You're right. I mean, you hit the nail on the head about the music. It really is special on the Amiga. I agree with you. Just on the fringe of the top 10 now with number 11, and this is one that I personally disagree with this high up, but
Bullshit.
It's just me.
It needs to be higher, number 1.
It is Slam Tilt. This is basically after they did all the 21st Century, which of course did essentially Hewson had published all the the Pinball Dreams, Fantasies and Illusion games with DID. They basically went with another company after they'd left called Liquid Design, spelt with a Z, and in 1996, so incredibly late, they came out with it is a fantastic pinball game with true multi-ball. That was the big sort of standout. A lot of people missed out on it because it came out when most people had moved on from the Amiga, but I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, as you are definitely the pinball wizard of the group. So do you want to tell us why this is ridiculously high in our top 50?
Because it took... Yes, you had other games that came first and they had to be recognised in our top 50, so you had the trilogy of the
and you're obsessed with
Pinball Fantasies. Obsessed with them immensely. I love it. I mean, video pinball only became good on the Amiga.
Yeah.
Right? It was crap beforehand, so I was delighted to have pinball-style games at home to play. I mean, I just love it. But this came and it required AGA abilities, to give the better graphics, because there's high-res mode it can jump to in the game and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's how it handles the multi-ball, isn't it? It goes to high-res.
That's right, that's right. But not only that, I think the entertainment and the mini-games on the dot matrix screens are far superior to anything that came prior. Mm-hmm. And the table designs of the 4 tables all of them are excellent tables. Whereas the other ones, I just tended to stick with one. I played all 4 of these, loving each and every one of them. So what you've got is Pirates. Now, if anybody has on the PlayStation 1 True Pinball, you'll recognise a lot of these tables because it kind of got resurrected for this. But anyway, we have Pirates, which was absolutely brilliant to play. Just a swashbuckling theme, great. Kind of that Hollywood style music for it.
Yeah.
The Night of the Demons, obviously the horror one.
Yeah.
And which was really good as well, very creepy, atmospheric, it's another interpretation of Graveyard that was on the previous iterations. Ace of Space, which is a great futuristic space age type cyberpunk type one, and by far my favourites was Mean Machines, the sort of high octane fueled car one, which is absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyable. The graphics are far superior to the Pinball Illusions trilogy, and even the ball itself is far more metallic, more three-dimensional feel to it. I just felt there was a lot more depth to the table. By far the best features, best visuals, best audio, everything. It has to be. If you're going to mention those pinball ones, you have to then put in the one that beats them completely, and it is Slam Tilt Pinball.
That's tough. I mean, it does. One of the things that's kind of cool, it does have proper mini games in this, doesn't it? I mean, not like, I mean, it's still pinball, but it sort of, yeah, it does interesting things. It does things that are probably very difficult to do with an actual pinball table.
No, these things do exist in pinball where you would perhaps steer left and right and avoid obstacles. And
Yeah, I guess.
You're just not playing enough pinball games. I've seen your arcade club. This man, by the way, sneers at them when he walks past because he sees them. He does. He sneers.
I just like the Addams Family pinball table. I have a very and Elvira because of lovely jubblies and. But that's yeah. I have very few tables I play with the pinball, but I do prefer the real thing to the virtual. So what about you, Rick?
The real lovely jubblies.
Oh yeah,
to the virtual ones. You mean?
Yeah. So what about you, Rick? Because you were also to blame for this, of it being number 11.
I'm to blame for this as well, mate. I'm afraid. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, I was rocking my A4000 into the late 90s, and few reasons for that. One of them was Sensible World of Soccer.
Yeah.
Another one was Slam Tilt, because I had the big box version, so I didn't have a dodgy copy or nothing.
Yeah.
And for me, it's just a massive leap between, you know, the Dreams trilogy, which were great. They were really great in the early 90s. I loved them to death. But when this dropped and I played this for the first time, it just felt like it felt 32-bit. It felt next gen almost, because all the samples, like the music, sounds almost Neo Geo-esque. It's like really, really high quality samples. It just sounds really great. And then of course you've got the added stuff like the like Kingy was saying, the mini games in the LED, which I first encountered when I played Street Fighter 2, the pinball machine, where you've got the little car crusher set in the middle of the table there, and you get an animation on there and all that sort of stuff. But I don't know, just the multi-ball, the high resolution mode, which downgrades the graphics, but obviously you get more on the screen so you can see what the hell's going on. It just felt like the next step up. Now I know we're pretty close to probably some decent pinball games that came out on the PC, you know, in a not too distant future, but I never did play much pinball games after this one. This one really did just hit the nail on the head for me. I loved all the tables like Kingy. You know, some of the other ones like the Dreams and Illusions, I only usually ever had the one or the two tables that I really dug, and the other ones are sort of just left alone. But this one, I just hammered all of them. And it's nice. I just think it's the perfect 16-bit pinball game, really. It's just awesome. Yeah.
No, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, it is the best pinball that you can get on the Amiga. I agree with you. All four tables playing them, they're fantastic, and it's great that you got multi-ball and they're really well designed tables. Yeah, I mean, I can't deny. I guess it's just when there's so many games that came out.
But you compiled the list. I did not add a single game apart from one or two. I only voted and scored.
Rick compiled the list. That's why
I definitely added this to the list for voting.
Did you not notice the flashing lights? On the Slam Tilt, vote for. No. I mean, it is. Actually, no. I'm glad it did make our list, because this is one that a lot of our listeners, particularly, only came out on the Amiga, and a lot of our listeners.
It's out on the PC.
Oh, it came out on PC as well. You're right. Sorry.
I've still owned that. I've got the discs right in front of me.
Oh, cool. But, you know, to a lot of our listeners, it just passed them by, you know, myself included, really. I mean, I've sort of come to it.
That's the thing, though, like kind of late in the Amiga, in the Amiga's day.
You were, like Ruff and Tumble, like we mentioned earlier, there was some excellent...
Some real big hitters came out.
Games Yeah, made you remain like me with the Amiga, going, well, if it's producing quality like this, I don't need to move on.
Well, no.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. And one of the designers and programmers, Daniel Strandgren, he did the Slam Tilt as well. So, which sort of came out at a similar sort of time. But yeah, no, another great pinball table that came out on the consoles at the time. Yeah, no, I'm glad it's here. It's definitely, if you love your pinball games, you'll have a lot of fun and time with this one. It just came out very, very late in the Amiga life cycle. Right, okay, so any more you want to say before we go on to number 10?
Yeah, let's talk about each individual table separately since he's opened that door for us then, Rick, right? So, let's move on.
Right, okay, so we go on to number 10 then.
Number 10, top 10.
Yeah, we're on the top 10 now, boys and girls, and it is a real gem here. It is Pang. This came out in 1990 and is, well, it's just a fantastic arcade game. Known as Pumping World in Japan or Buster Brothers in the US.
Both of them sound a lot more dirtier.
Yeah. But we know it in Europe as Pang, and I think that's the best name. And it's just a fantastic port by Ocean France and Ocean. They really did do some amazing ones. And of course, it's done by the Mitchell Corporation, which is pretty obscure publishing house really on, for the arcades that did the work. I mean, they did other ones, but what is it? I mean, if I describe it to those who perhaps don't know, it's a 1 or 2 player game, and it kind of mixes together asteroids with a platformer. So you're 2 little guys that have harpoon guns, and you fire at these killer bubbles, and if you shoot them, they split into smaller bubbles, and eventually when they get to so small, the bubbles, they'll disappear. And the idea is you've got to clear all the bubbles on this, the single screen. It's always single screen, the level that you're on. But what's cool with it is that you're going from place to place. So like, Mount Fuji's like level 1, and then you'll tackle 3 levels at different periods of the day. So you've got like sort of like morning, sunset, night time, and then you go on to the next stage. It's really, really addictive. It's great as a 1-player game. It is fantastic though as a 2-player game because you're working. It's one of the few games where you're working together, but if one of you makes a mistake, it ends that level attempt for both of you, and you've got to start that level again. And I don't know about you guys, but I've truly, I fell out with a guy.
Yeah. I referred to that in my mini review. Induces such venomous anger.
Yeah.
Because it's always the other person, of course it is, isn't it?
That's always there for
And it's always the last bubble, and you're like, how can you not get it? Yeah, you Muppet. Yeah.
Well, trust me, I didn't just say Muppet.
I'm trying to be friendly.
But yeah, and of course you have power-ups as well, and there's like little beasties and things. But the power-ups are good, like their clocks. There's a shield, so the clocks freeze everything. But yeah, I love this. It is one of my favourite arcade games of all time. And a lot of it is, to be honest, when I played it, I never saw this out in the wild. In fact, it's one of the sad things that Arcade Club doesn't have the original. They've got Super Pang, like the sequel,
okay.
which is okay. But I love the purity of the original Pang, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to you, Rick, first. Do you want to give your thoughts on the game Pang and any more you want to say?
Yeah, sure, mate. Well, this one is, there's quite a few decent arcade conversions on the Amiga, isn't there? But I feel that this one is one of the best and one of the earliest arcade conversions on the Amiga, and I think you could have put a few different arcade conversions here at this spot, but I think Pang is a perfect choice for the time period and everything. I mean, this was a chip shop game, wasn't it? I don't know. Obviously, Kingy was by the seaside, the lucky git, and he probably played this in the wild. But I did actually manage to find this. I think it was 91 when I was at my brother's wedding after thing, reception, whatever you want to bloody call it. They're all upstairs dancing, and I was downstairs in the bar with my dad playing Pang. And that's the first time I saw it in the wild, and the only time I saw it in the wild, if memory serves me. And then when I got my Amiga and booted this up, I was like, oh, it's that game, because obviously I got it on a dodgy disc. I didn't know what it was, and because I didn't remember the name. And it's just cracking. I mean, all the power ups, it works so well. You've got those little platforms that you can shoot as well, which add an extra dimension to the levels, and all the different power ups. And like you say, in 2-player mode, if you've got 2 players that are really good at it, it can be quite quick to do. But I think some of the fun is where maybe your mate's not quite as good and he's fucking up all the time.
Not fun. It's not fun. It's hell incarnate.
Really, you crack your teeth.
Yeah, you're like,
but just great fun. It's just it is a cracking single player game, but there is a lot of fun to be had in the 2-player mode if you're not too serious.
Oh, when the Muppet picks up like the dynamite the worst time, you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
it's like instant death, because the dynamite turns everything into like the small bubbles.
If you've got too many bubbles on and then you do that, you're in trouble. Yeah. Or if you pick up that stupid little gun that fires bullets, it makes life really difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's Pang's equivalent of the torch from Ghosts and Goblins.
Yeah, exactly.
Shit, I didn't mean to pick that up. How can I unpick it up?
Yeah, for sure. But I think in terms of my taste, I think this and Toki are my absolute favourite arcade conversions on the Amiga. So I'm glad this one's fairly high up the list, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's the same team that did the Toki Amiga conversion as well. So really cool. What about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, everything you guys said. Single screen arcade games lend themselves in general to good conversions on most systems because there's not scrolling, there's not a lot of sprites going on, so there's a rudimentary background, Backgrounds are really lovely on Amiga, to be honest. You get some iterations of these games in arcades and they're just bitmaps or on pixels, and that's not really the porn games you play when you accidentally come across them on MAME, isn't it?
One for another episode.
Yes. Oops. Yeah, we went to do that as a MAME wildcard episode, Rick. Remember we spoke about that? We just randomly fired up a game and shit. I don't like to use the word arcade perfect too often, but this is up there with being near perfect to the arcade version. But because of the rarity of actually seeing this in the arcades, right, I think this is more responsible for it being high up on people's favourite lists. And maybe people will now say, oh, it's one of my most favourite arcade games, but they probably weren't exposed to it until emulation because of its rarity. I mean, I did come across it, but not frequently. In fact, Toki, I saw more Tokis than I did this. And even Toki, you don't see a lot of in the wild,
Right, yeah.
But so memories are, I'm not saying muddled, right? But the Amiga certainly has influenced the arcade memories of games like this.
Yeah, no.
This is Amiga's Tetris.
Yeah.
Right, whereas Tetris to the Game Boy, I think, it's a must-have, and everybody speaks about it, and everybody gets addicted to it.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. Both of you, everything you're sort of saying. I will always love this game. As I say, it is such a shame that you don't tend to see it out and about. But one of the things actually researching for the book that I didn't know is because I knew about the Super Pan collection on the PlayStation.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah,
but I didn't know that on the PSP there's the Capcom Puzzle World, which actually has the 3 Pang games.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, as well as Super Puzzle Fighter 2 and Block on the same collection. So
I'm sure Garden will tell us I've got that.
Oh, he's probably got about 7 unopened copies. You know what?
Yeah.
Like. But yeah, for me, I'm going to look out for that one because I do love the PSP. They're really, really good, and it's. As I say, yeah, Pang is a special game to me. Right, okay, so we'll go on to the next game then.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we're on number 9, and it's Beneath a Steel Sky. This came out in 1994, obviously done by Revolution, the brilliant British developers, and published by Virgin Games. And this is a really amazing adventure game. I mean, they, of course, the Revolution went on to do the Broken Sword games, which for me are the best. Actually, I think Broken Sword 1 is probably my favourite adventure game, but this really sort of showed their early ability with things. And I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy. Do you want to say a little bit what you think about this and tell it for our listeners?
Yeah, so an absolutely amazing journey of a point-and-click adventure. If not for one other point-and-click adventure, this is the Amiga's finest. It really is. The story is brilliant, probably because of the odd couple duo of Robert Foster and Joey the Robot now. Yeah. Robert himself has been framed for a crime he did not commit. I mean, it's very A-Team like going on here. So he's went on the run, but he also needs to, seek his revenge and clear his name. But the whole 2000 AD feel to the game, the big metropolis city, the mega city you're in, is just fantastic. It just feels a living, breathing world, even though you're just in individual locations in the game. I mean, I played the 15-disc beast on the Amiga. It was years later that I came across the CD32 version, or playing it on PC, on GOG or whatever, and hearing the audio track, like many of these point-and-click adventures retrospectively came out with. But there's still a charm to me with just reading the dialogue itself. One, you can read it faster, and not to put any slight on the fantastic voice acting that is on the full audio version, because some of these games, they've nailed the voices you heard in your head of them. Yeah. I think you guys would agree with that. But the shine in the game, and the excellent puzzles and all the rest are just absolutely superb. But the partnership between man and robot in this, so much better than Sam and Max. It's like, shut it, you rust bucket sarcastic shit. I'll throw you in the furnace just now, But the animations they're more fuller, opening cupboards, the crouching, the bending. There's a bit more 3D depth to the environment rather than just you walking up to a cupboard and opens up the inventory of what you see in there. There's a whole bending down, crouching, moving things, whatnot. It's just absolutely superb. It really is. I mean, I can't recommend this as a point and click adventure enough. If you were a newbie to the genre, it'd be difficult not to recommend this. Well, it depends. If someone's a sci-fi buff, then this is the first one you'd recommend to them. If they're not really into sci-fi that much, you'd probably go for something. You maybe go for Indiana Jones or Flight of the Amazon Queen, something like that, or who knows what you recommend, or one we're going to be mentioning in a little bit, but this is just superb. That's all I can say about it.
Oh, it is, yeah. And of course, what you were saying with 2000 AD, of course, they got Dave Gibbons, who had done all the Dan Dare and done 2000 AD comics, and of course, most famously, he did the Watchmen miniseries of comics. He was the artist on that. So, real talented individual. And they basically got him to do not just the intro, but the backgrounds and the look and feel of all the characters. So he had a lot of involvement with it. And I think that really helps, doesn't it, bring this adventure game to life. And of course, you've got the fantastic writing of Dave Cummins, who he did all the early ones from Lure Temptress to Beneath the Steel Sky, and also Broken Sword 1 and 2, which are for me the best Broken Sword games, and probably my favourite. Certainly the first one is my favourite adventure game in many ways, as much as I love some of the others that we'll come on to. So there was something weird that happened where I don't know why he left Revolution Software. There was a bit of bad blood, but sadly, you definitely noticed a dip after Dave Cummins had sort of left. But of course, Charles Cecil's still going strong and still owns and runs Revolution Software, and they've come out with all the Broken Sword games, isn't it? They're up to 5 now, etc.
Yeah, I just at this point, and I've said it in many of our episodes before this, at this stage in life, when I came across the point and click adventure, I just saw this as the evolution from the text adventures that I was playing and loved on the 8-bit period, and I thought at that stage that their day had came and went.
Yeah.
They almost came out of necessity of limitations of computers, and saying that I love going back and playing them now, you know what I mean? But at this stage, you had a graphical user interface to do what you would use the text parser for. So it was rather than you battling the puzzle in a lot of text adventures, was putting the right syntax into the parser, wasn't it, to solve a puzzle. This now was very much inventory based, visual based, point the mouse, trial and error, try a few things here, combine this, combine that, get it working. And I just decided this is the only genre I ever want to play again, forever, and on the Amiga there was countless hours spent on any point and click adventures, but specifically this one.
Yeah, this is definitely a real special one. And one of the things to our listeners, GOG.com, so the PC, has the PC talking version completely free. You can legally get this game, the CD version, without paying anything. You just sign up to a GOG account. And they also have, I think, Lure of the Temptress as well, which was the one they did before that, this one. So... Yeah, there's no excuse. That's probably if you're coming at it cold, that's probably the one to play, because it's just, you haven't to worry about either disc swaps of the Amiga, although of course there's WHD load now. But you also get the talking version, but without the slowness of the CD32 drive, because it's on a hard drive. So, I'm with you. I think this is an absolute gem and a classic, and it's one I always enjoy going back to. Some of the best writing out there, and it's nice to see the British doing their own adventure games, because you get that sort of more British humour, isn't it? That's why I love when we talked about Simon the Sorcerer and things like that. It's nice. It's nice that we get not just LucasArts, but more European based adventure games that hold their own, against LucasArts. I mean, what about you, Rick? What's your thoughts on this?
Oh, it's difficult, man. I mean, this is clearly a classic point and click. But I think I'd had my time with them a bit earlier on with stuff like Goblins 2 and Monkey Island and Dark Seed. And Monkey Island 2 was the first game I ever sort of completed in the point and click genre. But by '94, I was going up to London and I was playing lots of fighting games in the arcade, and I was more heavily into that sort of action, 2-player action and things like that. I don't think I was mature enough to really enjoy a long game like this, but it's a shame, because I would love to play this one, but I just find point and click so difficult to play today. But it's not taking anything away from it, because it's clearly a classic and well deserved to be this far up the list for sure.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's, as I say, the adventure games aren't for everybody, but because it is, it is a trial and error. But thankfully, it is more on the LucasArts style of things, where it doesn't have like the out and out deaths, does it? I'm trying to remember if there's certain places you can die in this one, but it's difficult to do if it does at all.
Well, there's no point in an adventure game returning you all the way back to the start to resolve puzzles that you'd already done.
You tell that to Sierra.
Yes, I know. Oh, I know that all too well, and it used to piss me off. It's like, because it's just a case of rinse and repeat then, right? There's no challenge.
Well, it's worse
as a player.
It's worse than that, because either you just end up saving because you're just totally paranoid every 5 seconds, or it kills the exploration and trying things out.
Yes.
Because
you don't want to take a chance or a risk.
Yeah, exactly.
It ends up in your untimely death, yeah.
Leisure Suit Larry's a classic one, isn't it? Like, you walk out off to the side and you get mugged and killed. It's like, oh, yeah. I never understood Sierra's, which is why there might be some of our listeners that are a bit grumpy that we probably not served Sierra as well as other adventure games. But I think that's generally how certainly we three feel, is that we prefer the more can't die freedom of the LucasArts style, which is this one definitely is aping against.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's about the experience, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, you are sort of practically playing a movie. You don't want to keep rewinding the tape and starting the film again, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the counter argument that I've heard people say that love the Sierras because the deaths can be funny in their own right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you guys that I definitely prefer the LucasArts style, and this definitely apes that very well.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So shall we go on to the next game?
Mm-hmm.
To number 8, and it is another banger. It is Stunt Car Racer. This is a Jeff Crammon game. Came out in 1989, so pretty early on, really, and it was published by Microstyle. This was just absolute revelation, wasn't it? I mean, it was you could play either 2 players on link up simultaneous, or you could take turns playing sort of like with 8 players, but essentially you're in a dragster car on these crazy wonderful tracks, aren't they? They're all like, they're sort of tracks that are high up in the air, and you have like jumps and loops and things, and you get things like the humpback and the high jump and roller coaster, and the idea is you just sort of like go tonking around this track, try not to fall off, else the crane will pick you up and put you back up, and you're going right on the edge, and you see this crack appear along the top with that sort of like awful crunching sound as you really are sort of like taking the car beyond what it's comfortable with, or the dragster, and that's it. It's sort of like only other one person on the track, and you've just got to try and win and make your way through all the leagues. I adore it. I think most people do. It is a real amazing gem of a game, and just still blows me away today how good and fast the 3D is, considering its age and the machine on the Amiga. It still plays fantastically well. I'm going to go to you, Kingy, first. Do you want to give some thoughts what you think on this game?
Yep. Well, first I think this is Jeff Crammon's best game of all time. Yeah. Absolutely love. I know he moved on and he's worked wonders in obviously the Formula One world of gaming, because he'd become dedicated to that, to get the physics right. He's a perfectionist in that way, isn't he? And he really likes to get the right feel of things. But he's nailed a feel in this game. It plays like no other racing game I've ever played, and it is one of my most favourite racing games of all time, and probably my most favourite one, full stop, on the Amiga. The whole sense of the elevated tracks just is like an exhilarating roller coaster to drive on, and because you can see the front of the dragster like vehicle you're driving, so you've got all the exhaust with all the flames coming out. It's really cool as a visual aid to giving you the sense of the power and the hunger of the vehicle you're driving, and even the subtleties of the two wheels at either side. Their motion with their suspension is fantastic. But one of the most fantastic things in this game is you put the turbo on, full blast, the flames are rip-roaring out your vents, your exhausts, and you leap up that ramp and you're spending more time to qualify as a bloody 737 pilot. It becomes a flight simulator rather than a racing game.
Yeah.
It's minimalistic, right? Don't expect, a lot going on. There's just like mountains in the background. It's all a bit beigey and red. That's just almost monochromatic to a certain degree. Not quite, but you know what I mean. But it just gives a great sense of control of the vehicle, and just you grit your teeth and really push that joystick hard left, hard right while you try to steer. It's just amazing, and I don't think it's dated. It's one of these games that is timeless in that sense. And games sometimes get to that little stage where they feel dated for the time being when the next generation's out of games, and then it comes back again. Has come back tenfold, and playing this with a link-up cable is marvellous on Amigas, by the way. If you've never done it, please do so. It is incredible.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with what you're saying. And I know there's like the modern equivalent of Trackmania, but it's never captured the game. One of the things that's quite... when I went to Revival, there was a couple of the Bullfrog guys that sort of went on to form other companies and stuff, and they actually did do a sequel, not for the Amiga, this would have been after, but like a remake sequel to, or really a redone version of this game, Stunt Car Racer, that sadly they wouldn't say the reasons, but I kind of reading between the lines, I think Jeff Crammon was the one that shut it down, which is, I find is such a shame.
I do remember seeing stuff about that, because I do remember seeing some advanced graphics of Stunt Car Racer. I can't remember what era it was supposed to be in now, but that's the only thing I could ever find in terms of a sequel. Yeah,
so I think it was on Xbox era, original Xbox.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's for such an amazing game. It's a shame, isn't it? There hasn't been equivalents that really sort of captures that Jeff Crammond thing. I mean, there is the Stunt Car Racer TNT, the new tracks, which was like a homebrew thing where basically, as the name describes, it's the new tracks, isn't it?
I think it also takes advantage of the better processors that you could get on the AJ machines as well, like the 030 or whatnot as well. So the 3D was slightly faster and stuff. Yeah,
possibly. I mean, I've not really noticed that. I mean, one of the things with the TNT tracks is that they tend to be, they're not quite as sort of like with massive, like the roller coaster tracks or anything like that. They tend to be a bit flatter and probably more fun. They're sort of geared up towards for two-player a lot more. But I mean, it's great. That's a good note to our listeners to know that there's also there's a homebrew pack with even more tracks, because that's probably the only criticism you can say with this game is that there isn't enough tracks, but that's more because it's so great. You kind of want more, always want more, isn't it? I mean, what about you, Rick? I mean, what's your thoughts of this game?
Yeah, this is my favourite racing game on the Amiga. There was two games I played a hell of a lot of on the Amiga. One was Indy 500 because I liked all the sort of replay options that you had, and you could get some really crazy. I just spent all day like crashing the cars and causing big pile-ups on that. But in terms of gameplay, this game was really, such a step up from the sort of the into the screen races that we had played, like Outrun and stuff, in terms of realism and gravity and all that stuff. Because the big thing about this game is, whilst a lot of races, it's literally a case of, putting your foot down and just taking the corners correctly and maybe braking in the odd circumstance on a tight corner, say. This one, you really did have to learn the tracks, because, there's some jumps you can't do full speed because you'll overshoot the landing position and things like that. So you have to learn all the braking points, and it is quite a technical game. I think maybe that's why the TNT levels were slightly more forgiving, because I think, like, when you get to the later tracks, they're really difficult to complete without crashing and stuff. I think what makes this game work, what Kingy was talking about as well, is that the handling is kind of unique, because whilst you've got a lot of verticality in terms of how fast you're going and how much brake or how much boost you use, the sort of horizontal control is almost like an auto-correct, isn't it? When you're on the straight, you can't direct the car off the track unless you just keep turning. It will straighten itself up, so it does make it kind of easier to stay on the track in that way. And I think that really does work, because of course the 3D is not silky smooth, but it's fast enough so that you can get around the tracks. But I think if it was always angling in the direction you set the car in, there's not enough frame updates for you to realize, oh bloody hell, I'm going off the straight here and stuff like that. So it really does utilize the engine well. When I'm one of my retro regrets is I never did link this game up with mates. We did sort of do that later with the PlayStation 1 and Doom. That's when we first started to get into multi-console or multi-unit gaming, if you know what I mean. But 2 tellies back to back in the dark with 2 PlayStation consoles was great fun. But I'd love to have done it with this. It's one of my retro regrets, I think.
Very difficult, wasn't it? Particularly in that era, to like carry your Amiga. Your Amiga was a treasured item, so to carry your Amiga and then have 2 TVs.
You'd have to take your TV and your Amiga, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's it. Because I never really got a chance to do much with. It was occasion when did do link up, but it was a real pain because you typically your friend only had like 1 TV naturally in their bedroom. There's no way you were going to get the main lounge TV because
unless the parents were on holiday.
The parents,
or something.
The parents were and if the parents were on holiday, you'll be doing drinking and other stuff. It'll be, but yeah, it's a classic game. Still plays as well as it does today. Is tough, like you say, particularly as you get on the later levels. There's definitely a good challenge here. But yeah, it's one that I wouldn't mind sort of like trying it on something like whether Fightcade or something that does it where it will do like online play for the Amiga. In today's world where you could
I'm just trying to think of a way to do that, to emulate 2 Amigas. I think there is a version of WinUAE that's got Kylera in it or something like that, where you can do net play. And basically stimulate 2 Amigas, perhaps. I'd have to look into that. Actually.
Yeah, we'll have to ask our listeners. They're usually pretty smart with such things. But
there's got to be a way to emulate the serial cable over the internet, hasn't there? There has to be.
Yeah, there has to be. But yeah, really, really good. Right, okay, so we go on to the next game. It is number 7 and it is Syndicate. This is Bullfrog and it's an amazing game published by Electronic Arts. It's just awesome. It's an isometric style game, sort of Blade Runner universe. You control a squad of up to 4 agents in this sort of like isometric world. You have a whole range of weaponry, big explosions, and you carry out a series of missions. It's sort of a corporation world where you're sort of like run a company, so your jobs will be like assassinating somebody, trolling an area of the city, kidnapping like a scientist because they're making sort of like findings. Amazing explosions, people wandering around doing everything. It just felt like a real world you were entering in. The ability to like grab in any cars. The Gauss gun, that was amazing with the big explosions you could do. Going back to our earlier game, this is obviously done by Sean who done that flood game, so he's showing where his explosions and his sort of like cruelty of destroy everything that he went on to do. I adore this. This is one of my favourite games on the Amiga, hands down. I love also the Persuadertron as well. What a fantastic idea that was, where you would be able to like basically brainwash the people around you, including other agents, and then they would start fighting for you, or at least act as a human cannon fodder shield around you. So you could make a big conga line of people. I'm going to go to you. I'll go to you first, Rick, actually. What's your memories of this game?
Oh, man, it's kind of scary, really, because it seems like we're not too far away from this reality right now.
Yeah.
But back in the day, man, that intro was fantastic. It really set the mood, and it's one of my favourite intros on the Amiga, actually, of all time. Really love the sort of feel of it. And in game, it's just got this real pulsing atmosphere to it, hasn't it, with the sort of sound effects in the background and that. I find that I struggled with it when you started to have to go into buildings and through underpasses and stuff.
Yeah.
I found it got a little bit clunky there, but that would probably be my only sort of disappointment or criticism of the game, because apart from those little bits, like say where you're trying to find someone and they're in a building and you just look at the little dots on the bottom left hand corner, I got a little bit frustrated, I think, back in the day there. But there's nothing so fun as like chasing people down in cars and blowing them up and managing to get yourself a fantastic arsenal of weapons and getting loads of money to upgrade your Terminators, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is 1993. I mean, this is before your Grand Theft Auto and things, and it really did a lot of things. I mean, the way they explained it away, it's a shame that you're right that you can't, it doesn't like as some other games did, which was like isometric. Where they like make the walls disappear so you can
like the top of the building disappear or something.
It's a shame they didn't do that, but it's just technically they were right at the edge of what the Amiga could do, and they just couldn't do it. I mean, the way they explain it is you're in an airship above the city controlling them, so therefore that's why so. And I guess although it can be frustrating, you could sort of work around it, and you just saw it as part of the challenge.
But thermal imaging would have been nice, and that would
have been cool.
There's heat signatures glowed through the buildings.
Yeah, that would have been a good feature to add, because then you could have just added like heat map sprites on top of the buildings.
Yeah,
sort of inside them.
Yeah, that would have been
a nice way to get around the limitation, I think. Yeah,
but I mean, I just think it's stunning, and the amazing sort of Blade Runner style graphics, because I was always a huge fan of Blade Runner.
The environmental atmosphere.
Yeah, you really felt you were in a dark, dystopian, futuristic world, cities. I thought they captured it brilliantly. I mean, what about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts of this?
I normally don't play games of this genre, the RTS style game, right? But this sucked me into it. One is visual appeal. It was very dark. It was very somber, The isometric view was just done so well. Very stylistic. It was like no other game I played. On top of that, the living, breathing, organic world was incredible. So you'll see the trains going about to their stations, the citizens just doing their worker drone nonsense, But what really appealed the most was the replayability factor in the missions. Something that, like this hadn't been seen until anybody that skipped this by would probably say something like Hitman series was the the inventor of that, replay the level, maybe get some different outcomes, try it a different way, a different tact, whether it be assassination or kidnapping. If you do something slightly different, you do get different outcomes. So it was non-linear in that sense, that you can go into that mission, I'll try it a slightly different way, a different aggressive attack, or a bit more subtle, a bit more stealth to it, or whatever. It was brilliant. Just absorbing, completely absorbing.
I mean, and you're right, because there was it was very clever controls. So you could either select all 4 of your agents at once and go in, do your attack, which is how I played it 90% of the time. But you could, if you were being smart on some of the later levels, you really had to do this, where you'd perhaps send one in as a scout, because you could just control one, and you could set their settings to, how aggressive, or it's essentially like they would work on their own. Like, you could leave like somebody there and it would decide to fire if they needed to. The weapons were amazing. You got your health kits as well. Yeah, but it was just, even if you finished a mission, one of the cool things is you didn't have to like go to the exit right away. So then you could have like fun just like destroying up the town. I mean, it really was the fun that you get in the Grand Theft Auto games, that sandbox. Before the term was really even conceptualized, wasn't it? I mean, apart from Bullfrog, they sort of invented the sandbox, you could argue, with Populous, but it was just wonderful. And as I say, going back to it, the graphics are just as good as they were with the pixel artwork, and it's a real shame, because the Syndicate Wars, which was when they went 3D and fixed a lot of the things you were talking about, Rick, it just loses something going away from the pixel artwork. You haven't got the detail. It's all quite sort of, because they used essentially the Magic Carpet engine to do Syndicate Wars. This is a PC only sequel. Yeah, you just didn't get that same level of immersion as good. I think Syndicate Wars is a good game, but they've never really captured. And they did do a DLC for it as well, which was the Syndicate American Revolt. But I mean, that was just like insanely difficult levels and more frustrating than it needed to be. But it's just sort of a shame there's never really been what I consider a Syndicate sequel that's worthy of the title. I mean, there was that awful first-person shooter Syndicate, which was just nothing but the name, wasn't it? But it's just a shame, I think. I think it's a real shame that there's never been anything that's really captured that original Syndicate as well as they did here.
It's so ripe now for a proper overhaul and re-release, isn't it? Because they could do so much more with it now with today's tech, couldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm kind of surprised actually. There's never been like the GTA boys have never tried to do. But I'd particularly like to see it more in that isometric viewpoint rather than in 3D. But I adore it. It's one of my favourite Amiga games of all time, and definitely glad it made our list at number 7. We're getting pretty high up here. It'll certainly be a lot higher, if I'm honest, on my own personal list. Any more you want to say about this wonderful game?
I'm good.
Cool. Right, okay, we're up to number 6, and it is Worms. Now, we've sort of done it collectively. I mean, I guess Worms, the director's cut, would be the best one, but in the book we sort of chose the first Worms, partly because there was like more reviews and things on it. I wanted to capture a bit, but it was the one that we all played. I mean, very few people played the director's cut, which came out much later. I think it was 97, memory serves me, I have to look it up. But the original Worms came out in 1995, and I'm going to go to you, Rick, because I know you're a huge fan of it. Do you want to sort of tell our listeners about the game Worms?
Yeah, for sure. Now, I noticed in the book you've mentioned some PD games that you probably got influence from, and I've not played those. But when it dropped and I first got my hands on it, I kind of saw it as when you play Lemmings in 2-player, you can sabotage your opponent's ability to rescue his lemmings. And I almost feel like the guy who produced this, or maybe even those PD games, might have got a bit of influence from that sort of gameplay that was going on with 2-player Worms, 2-player Lemmings, sorry.
Yeah.
Where instead of saving the lemmings, you're now using them in combat. And so essentially what you got here is you got a team of 4 worms, and you can have, I think you could have up to 4 teams on the map at one time, couldn't you? And you've got a side menu which gives you access to a similar sort of set of moves like you had in Lemmings, but a bit more elaborate. So you've got tools for attacking, tools for digging and camping and fortressing, and then other tools for maneuverability like the jetpack or the rope, you know, with a hook. And on top of that, you've got a time limit depending, because what's also great about it is there's lots of options to set different rules for the match, and you can set the time limit. I think you can even set the gravity. I don't know if that's in this version or not. I can't remember exactly. But also you've got on the time limit, you've got the water that slowly rises as well, which is an added hazard on the maps. And one of the great things about the Amiga version as well was you could use IFF images as levels, so you could have your Cindy Crawford in the background or whatnot, or just come up with some really cool level designs. Actually,
it was great. Was it a Deluxe paint and
do some proper level design. So and of course it had the randomly generated element where you could type numbers in and you could bring that same level back up if you found a nice level with the number generation. And it literally is just a battle royale between either 2 to 3 to 4 teams of lemmings. Of worms, sorry, I'm bloody got lemmings on the brain now. And the idea is just to become skillful with all the weapons for all the different circumstances, and you've also got to use the wind, which you can use to sort of fire objects into the distance and then make them curl round the mountainside or whatnot if the wind's in your favour. Lots of skill-based weapons in the game. Everyone went for the homing missile at first just to get their best weapon out of the way that didn't take much skill to use. But then you got the crates with the pickups like the banana bombs and the holy hand grenades and whatever else. Great sound effects, just really funny sense of humor. Like when the worms die, they commit suicide, and you get a little tombstone, don't you, of your dead worm represented. And of course the other thing I forgot to mention is that the levels are destructive, so when you can create craters in the map by blowing them up and stuff, and that also creates little places for you to hide and darken, make it harder for your worm to be hit and stuff. So it's just a really great tactical, humorous juggernaut of a game. So quite late in the day on the Amiga, and it's Team 17's like iron lung, really, isn't it? Worms.
I mean, this was the thing that kept them afloat. Why Team 17 still exists today, and it's amazing, really, how it sort of came about, because essentially Andy Davidson, who created this, it was originally an Amiga format competition. I remember the competition actually, you know, in the magazine, and it was for, you know, £2,000 worth of Amiga kit, design a game. And he designed Total Wormage, which was what he originally called. And it was basically worms. They haven't really changed it much, you know, when it went commercial. But he didn't even place in the best game of that competition. It didn't even get like the top 3 or anything. And the reason was, it was I did a bit of digging, and it looks like the reason, because he didn't give the original source code, they chucked it out. That was one of the requirements. You had to give the original source code, but he didn't really want to give the source code, and sort no.
That's fair enough. If you made something this good, you know what you've got, don't you? You know?
Yeah, exactly. But you know, a little bit disheartened he hadn't won it. But he decided, he believed in the game enough that he actually went to the Electronic Trading Show in London in 1994 and basically went to Team 17, which was like one of the few developers and publishers still going on the Amiga. You know, they were there right to the end, and sort of like showed it to them, and they were like, this is friggin' amazing. And, you know, they signed it up right there and then. Well, not right there and then, actually. Funnily enough, they took all his details, and then they promptly, probably because you had lots of drinking at the event, they lost his phone number.
Oh, bugger.
And they had to go back to Amiga format and say, you know, do you have the contact details of this guy that we met, showing his Total Wormage? And thankfully Amiga format gave them the details, else we might never have got worms. So they might have assumed nothing was happening, and that was it.
If there's ever a story of sticking to your guns will play dividends, this is one of them, isn't it? You know. Oh,
it is amazing, and I share everything you say. I love the little sound effects like "Oi, nutter" and things like that, and you get like the different voices and
the Street Fighter moves as well.
Yeah, Hadouken! And yeah, or Dragon Punch. I can't remember what they say now.
Shoryuken,
yeah, Shoryuken. Of course, one of the great things as well is the bit I loved is you could name both your team and your worms.
Lots of fun with that.
That was awesome. So, like, put all your mates or whatever. And it was just fun, and it remains fun, and it's testament to how good the core gameplay is that it's always remained a massive hit for Team 17, no matter how many versions. And whenever they try and deviate too much from that original formula, it just never works. They always go back. I could never
stand the 3D version.
Yeah.
Worms World Party's my favourite. I think that's the best one.
Well, they're all good. I mean, they're essentially the same game, but with different and better graphics, isn't it? But certainly the director's cut, which came out in 1996, so one of the last sort of, right at the tail end of the Amiga, and he basically just added in, as I say, all the options. That's one where you can change the gravity, and he just basically opened up all the options, the keys to the kingdom, and then added in all these mad. Yeah, that's the one that has the holy hand grenade and the concrete donkey and all these mad cap,
the sheep and the
additional,
flying sheep.
Additional sort of like weapons and things. I mean, what about you, Kingy? What's your memories of this one?
I was just going to tell you guys to get a room, for goodness sake.
Well, they are pretty sexy, the worms, you know.
Yeah, everything you guys say it's one of the best multiplayer experiences out there, to be honest. I absolutely adore it. The small sprites work so well, so you can see more of a playfield than you would with bigger sprites. And I personally think I prefer this rendition of Worms before, they went a bit more detailed and slightly larger.
Yeah.
I just like them. They're only a few pixels big almost, and that's enough. But it is a game of tactics. I love how it is turn-based. You have your energy. You have to, deplete down to zero or get them into the water. I love the seed that generates the levels. It just feels infinite, doesn't it? Or, as you said, Rick, going and faff about with paint and make your own levels, all the worms fighting a big phallus or whatever, as you do when you do that. The biggest chuckles with playing with friends is with, pizza, couple of beers, and their mishaps when a bomb doesn't land correctly, either bounces back on them or lands on
them,
lands on another team member, and it just goes awry basically. But also satisfaction when you hit your target, you get that the trajectory and the strength right for the parabolic lob of whatever projectile you're throwing at them, and it's just absolutely brilliant, especially if you say to fall into the divot and you've already knocked the energy off them, and a landmine then rolls into the divot, and you hear it go boom, and then they fall down further, and they're almost either you've annihilated them, you've KO'd them, or almost, and it's such satisfying fun, and nobody likes that person that burrows deep, do they? Deep chicken shit. Yeah. But I absolutely love Worms, and I don't think the gameplay it doesn't entertain me any less. I just get a lot out of it, even when I return to it today. I love Worms as a concept.
Yeah, no, everything you said there, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I think it's safe to say that Team 17 has probably overkilled the Worms sequels.
Oh, they've flogged that dead horse. It's handsome.
But the thing is, it must be because it keeps on selling. I mean, it doesn't take a lot for them to make, but I mean, they're still going strong even now, aren't they?
I mean, some of the weapons in the later iterations were fantastic. The sheep bomb, or the holy bomb, or the bunker buster bomb for those shits that do burrow underground, and this thing seeks them out and destroys them. Quite right.
Yeah, no, they're all they're all fantastic, and it's one that just genuinely took the world by storm. I mean, it's one of the few these sort of classics where America, everywhere in the world, just really gelled with this game. So it's like a global phenomenon, really. Awesome. Any more you want to say before we go on to the next game?
No, let's move on.
Right, we're on number 5, and this is a real favourite. I'll be honest, I'm quite surprised it is as high as it is, personally, but it's definitely needed to be in our list. And it is Moonstone, A Hard Day's Night. Now, this came out in 1991, and it was developed and published by Mindscape, and is essentially a sort of up to 4-player, although that's taking it in turns, 2-player simultaneously. But you basically control knights, and you have to sort of like make your way, getting all the bits of the Moonstone, isn't it? But I'm going to go to you, Kingy, actually, because Rick's going to be on the next couple of ones, I think, as well.
Yeah, yeah, you've nailed it. It's a sort of medieval fantasy land, different regions, there's forested, marshland, desert, and I suppose agricultural. And you're right, you move about the map, the different locations, which in turn basically pit you against different either beasts or soldiers or against your opponents on the map, and it just becomes a good sword versus weapon battle, like what's been seen in games like Barbarian or things like that. And it's just highly enjoyable, where, you know, it's limited in its swordsmanship and how you control the weapons, but there's good gore, there's blood spurting out, and there's beheadings and whatnot. But if you're triumphant on any particular level, then you can win what's in the treasure chest or whatever at that level, and you just move on seeking the Moonstones, as you said. But the beheading's absolutely fantastic. I need to really highlight this in the game, because unlike Barbarian, where it's great touching about when you behead him and the little lizard comes and drags his dead body and boots the head. I always thought that was fantastic.
Yeah.
But the way the blood spurts out of the beheaded body as it, you know, collapses to its knees first, spurt, and then falls on the ground. It's a great bit of animation. But I love this. I love the atmosphere, the music, the overall vibe that the game gives.
And also, as you say, the actual sort of like the deaths is almost worth losing the battle just to see it. I mean, you get like squished to jam or fried to a crisp, and the animations are brilliant. I mean, this had finishing moves long before Mortal Kombat, hasn't it, really? I mean, what about you, Rick? I mean, what's your memories? Because I know this is a real favourite of yours as well.
Yeah, this is in my top 10 Amiga games for sure. Just everything about it, just the whole vibe is really dark and moody, and the different monsters that you meet really give me that Harryhausen sort of, you know, Jason the Argonauts and Sinbad and all those films, Clash the Titans.
Monty Python, the Holy Grail. The Dark Knight. Yeah.
But it scratched that itch, which, you know, I still loved them films at that time. You know, when this came out, I was only like 11, and I was watching Clash the Titans all the time and stuff like that, all the way up to there. And I just think that it's an RPG-like game with a bit of a Dungeons and Dragons vibe. It's got sandals in it, which Kingy likes. I mean, but it's just the different options as well in the way you could play it. You could go for single player and control one knight and attempt to defeat the Black Knights, which would be the CPU controlled knights.
Yeah.
If you're not playing multiplayer with friends, you could also control all four knights and just pilfer each land with the specific knight that starts in that quadrant, and then choose whichever knight's got the most lives and hack the other ones to death and steal the gear and then go in to Stonehenge.
Which is how I always played it.
Yeah.
I never played it.
So it saved you having to battle because the Black Knights are rock solid. They're pretty unforgiving. But just the creativity, all the different enemies that you meet, like the swamp skulls that climb out of the mud at you and they can suck you down into the ground, can't they? And you know, just all the different things. Then you've got the dreaded dragon that flies across the land, and if you end up being in his flight path, you can instigate a punch up with him. And I think he's got the best sword in the game if you kill him, which really, you know, the sword of sharpness or something. I think it's called. I can't remember now, but you know, there's different places to visit, like the taverns where you can gamble and get more gold with a dice game. Really, really cool music and vibes to it all. Really, really brings the world to life. It's just really captured my imagination back in the day, and I just think it's a cracking game. I'd love to see it redone with 2D graphics and a smoother engine, because I think it could be improved upon and made even better. You know, like taking something like Dungeons and Dragons, a 4-player Capcom beat 'em up. If it could have been done, if it can be done to something like similar to that quality, it'd be an amazing game.
Oh, that would be awesome
in the modern time.
Yeah. But you know, I mean, graphically, it still is awesome. As I say, the animations are just sublime. And the gore is fantastically over the top.
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah. I mean, sorry, even the intro animation is really good, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
it really sets the mood.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is, you know, it does get a little samey once you've seen some of the deaths and things, but you can say that with any of the games of this sort. Yeah. It's certainly what I'd always hoped Barbarian 2 would have been, and it never was. You know, they tried to do a similar thing where you're up against different monsters, but it didn't have the same humour. This mixes humour, gore, and just attention to detail. Very, very good. Awesome. Right, should we go on to the next game then?
Let's go.
You're a gold starring superstar hero. You let your head down and play with the fire. You're a gold starring superstar hero. And every go, that's your best of the gold starring superstar hero. You let your head down and play with the fire. You're a gold starring superstar hero. And every go, that's your best of the land.
Passes to Morgan, passes to Gibson. Oh, it's in the back of the net. I don't believe it. They've scored.
Right, we're at number 4. We're nearly there, boys and girls. And, well, it had to come up sooner or later. Probably people were decrying that it's come sooner rather than later. But Sensible World of Soccer. This, of course, was done by Sensible Software and came out in 1994. And this was like the sequel of the Sensible Soccer games, but they basically added in teams from all over the world, hence the World of Soccer. Amazing database of player names of all the teams. I mean, you had never seen anything like it at the time. But they also added in like a sort of player manager light version where you had control of the actual team, sort of management side of things. I mean, it is a real love letter, isn't it, really, to taking what was wonderful about the original Sensible Soccer, but extending it beyond. And I think it's testament, given that Kingy and me don't really like football games that much, that even we had to concede it had to appear so high. I'm going to pass it to you, Rick, because you are the football lover of the trio of us all. So do you want to say a little bit more about the game?
Yeah, mate. So I think I wasn't that interested in Sensible Soccer when the first iteration came around, because I think Kickoff and Goal specifically were, you know, Dino Dini was kind of ruling the roost, and Sensible kind of tried to come in and steal the crown. And to a certain degree, they didn't do a bad job with the first iteration. I don't know if you remember, there was that other game that came out. It's kind of similar, called Football Glory, where you could assault the referee and things like that.
Yeah, that was amazing.
It's a fun little oddity worth mentioning. But when it got to the sort of 95 period, when they brought out the first iteration of Sensible World of Soccer, they'd improved some of the gameplay mechanics. The goalkeepers were really crap, and it made the game a bit easy to score. So then they then produced Sensible World of Soccer. I think it was 95, 96 was the first one, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the one where you've got every single bit of gameplay addition. You've got, in the first Sensible Soccer, you couldn't curl the ball on the floor. There's some other nuances I can't remember now off the top of my head, but there was, like when you passed the ball, you couldn't curl it, and there were certain things you couldn't do in the air as well. But in World of Soccer, they added loads more curve and different shots that you could do and all sorts. And it just... to me, it's still one of the best football games ever made. Like, you know, if you're into football and you know you're going to love the FIFAs and the Pro Evos and all that sort of lark in the modern era. But for me, there's not a game where you get so much control over the avatars, because you know, in those modern games, you hold down the fire button to get a certain amount of powered shot and all that. And a lot of things are contextually done for you. Whereas this is more like a game of ping pong in a soccer form, because you can control every instance. Obviously, you've got to work out which player you're going to gain control of and where the camera is during the match. But there's so many little things that they added to the game, like flick-ons where you hold the button down and angle the joystick, and instead of doing a big header, you just sort of knock it on a little bit, and then someone else comes rolling up round, and then you gain control of the ball. I don't know, it just, and then of course you've got all the extra modes. You've got the obvious, just the quick 2-player easy matches and stuff. And DIY competitions where you can set up your own things with round robins and whatnot. You've got practically every team in the world at that point from all the different leagues in the world. You've got the international teams. And then you've got a career mode with, management options where it's almost like Championship Manager Lite, where, you can buy and sell players. You can manage the team's formations and even custom build formations so that certain players you buy will be happier in certain positions, which will raise their stats in the game. It's quite deep in that side, like in the gameplay level. But you can also watch the gameplay and play it like a management sim, or you can be a player manager and play all the matches as well. And I think you get 20 seasons in the game. And you can go and you if you do well enough, say if you put your manager as an English bloke, he will get job offers from the England team, and then sometimes you get foreign offers for other teams and blah blah. But you could go and play in bloody India and pretend you're Indian or something and take on the Indian national team and try and win the World Cup with them, or say crazy silly things like that. But I think what gave this game such longevity on the Amiga as well was the ability to edit the teams. A lot of things came out in the late day where extra graphics was added, players doing somersaults when they win and all sorts of great things like that. It's just a fantastic football game, and it's still, I still play it to this day. I just think it's amazing.
Oh, it's a lot of fun, particularly as a sort of 2-player extravaganza. And you're right, it's so generous with all these different modes that you got with Sensible World of Soccer. Obviously, it went up to 96, 97 rosters. But even today, fans have done versions of Sensible Soccer that you can still play. There's a link in the book to the 23-24, so you can get modern.
Yeah, you get the modern teams, can't you?
Yeah. It is. It's a special, particularly because it's so zoomed out. You get far more control of passing, which you don't really, and seeing where to sort of plan the attack, which you don't get in games like FIFA, where it's more zoomed in. You don't get that.
It's more of a television broadcast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas this is more like pinball or ping pong. It's just such a clever design. And I think going a little bit more in depth with the gameplay, with you being able to edit your tactics and changing where each player will be on the pitch, basically you select where the ball's going to be in the tactics or on the pitch, and then you can select where all the different players are going to actually try and stand when the ball reaches that point. You can create setups in your tactics for some of the favourite ways you can score the ball, like crossing it in from the wing or lob shots, all sorts. It really does get in depth if you're really into it. Great. I think it's just an amazing football game, really.
It is good. So, Kingy, what about you?
Yeah, I can't get into the deep nuances and the depth and information that Rick gave there. Yeah, I knew I was able to banana the ball on this version, and that made me very happy. Defy the laws of physics by...
Bend it like Beckham.
Yeah, bend it like Beckham. But what I have to say is, like yourself, I'm not a football person. I'll never watch a match on TV. I couldn't think of anything worse. You get, these blokes that there's maybe a local match going at the local park and they're away out to walk their dog, and all of a sudden the dog's not being walked because I sit there watching some crappy local team match play. I abhor spectator sports in general. I just find it's the most profound waste of time ever. In my life, and I think the culture around football puts me off it even more. I just can't be doing with any chat on it. But in terms of me, I can come into this quick accessible mode and fire it up like it's an arcade game and just have a bit of enjoyment, batting the ball up and down the pitch and try to get in other people's goals. And it's done brilliantly with the small scale sprites. I think you nailed it. Drisky can see a lot more going on the field. You know, obviously the camera still follows the football, but it was just done right in the micrographics and just so enjoyable in that way that it deserves to be where it is in the top 50.
Yeah, I mean, Kickoff 2 always has a special place in my heart, and Goal, you know, the Dino games. I know there was a lot of rivalry between the two. But I mean, playing, you know, sensible soccer, I think, is the one that does sort of take the idea of Kickoff 2 and that, but takes it that further, particularly sensible World of Soccer, because it gives so much more that Rick went into. So real classic. So I think the only surprise to our listeners will be that, you know, that know the Amiga is that it's not number one, but that will be because of Kingy and me not really liking football as much as a lot of people do.
Well, it just shows testament to how good it is because you guys have voted it, because it would have been really high on my list, and it's also been high on your list as well.
Yeah, so, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you can't have a list without sensible soccer of some description. It really is an important Amiga game. Right, so we go on to number 3 then. We're getting there. And this is another amazing game. It's definitely one of my favourites on the Amiga. It is Lemmings. Now, we could argue about the series of Lemmings, but we chose the first one for the list, but we will... You know, the book goes into all of them. But Lemmings, the first one that came out in 1991 by DMA Design and Psygnosis published. You know, it could play 1 or 2 player. I think everybody knows it. The idea is you play those little suicidal rodents and they come out of a trapdoor that opens in from the heavens, and the idea is you have to assign controls to them, whether that will be, I don't know, like floating or climbing, so skills to the lemmings, and you assign those skills to help them get through to the exit, and the exit is will be like the lemmings door. And the whole concept with it is you have to save a certain assigned number of lemmings on that level. There's like a target that you must hit. And it's very easy to go horribly wrong with it, where if you don't click on those lemmings or you don't work out the puzzle element of how to tackle some of the levels, suddenly your lemmings are getting squished by traps or sort of falling too far and squishing, and it has all those squeaky little voices, and it's just an absolute classic. I'm going to go to you, Kingy. What's your memories of this one?
Oh, I mean, right from the outset, first playing this, it just drew you in, didn't it? The music, the visuals, even the noise of the trapdoor opening, isn't it? And then they all start plopping out the sky. Yeah, you can control the speed with a plus and minus sign just to get the rate. That wonderful music, but just the gameplay concept was incredible. So easy to understand. It is such a cliche that easy to pick up but hard to master kind of game. But my God, as the levels progressed, I mean, it lured you into a false sense of security to start off with, because you move that mouse down. And that was the best thing about a mouse-driven game, may I add, that, other versions of it, whether it be in the consoles or 8-bit computers, if you didn't have mouse control, there was a limited speed that you can move that crosshair down to the icons to choose the ability of the lemming. And it just didn't work. Sitting with the tank mouse, just slouched on a chair, playing this to the wee hours of the morning was perfect. I just loved the challenge of it. I mean, you know, I loved using the blocker, lemmings, and then the climbers, the smashers, the pickaxers. Just brilliant. You had to figure out how to exactly get them to that exit with the minimum amount of fatalities with your lemmings to meet the target required to get onto the next level. Addictive as hell, and just as playable today as it was back then.
I always go back to the Lemmings games. I just, this was actually the first game that I personally distinctly remember where I stayed up all night. You know, when I first booted it up, I couldn't stop playing it. I played right the way through the night. You know, I just was that addicted to it. I just, you know, I had to play it through to the end, and sort of half falling asleep in front of the PC. But just, I'd never seen anything like it. It was just such a unique concept and just so addictive. And you know, I couldn't wait till the data disc, the Oh No More Lemmings came out, and I was less of a fan of the subsequent ones. We'll mention them briefly at the end personally. But yeah, I just adored particularly the original Lemmings. I'm going to go to you then, Rick. What's your thoughts with the original Lemmings? Because I think you prefer the sequel more, don't you?
I do. Well, I'll go on to that.
Well, he likes 3D lemons, he told me that.
Not at all, not at all. I love the story behind the creation of this game. Just the guy trying to prove to someone that you can get character out of, 8 pixels or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly now. And doing that little deluxe paint animation of the lemmings getting killed in certain traps and whatnot. Brilliant story behind how the game was created. And yeah, it just is such an addictive game. I do remember playing it on the Mega Drive a little bit because my mate had it on his Mega Drive, so I'd go over his house and we'd play 2-player on it, and that's where I had my experience because I didn't have 2 Amiga mouse back then, so it was difficult to play 2 players on the Amiga. But playing it on the console 2 players was immense fun. You know, tunneling down to bash through one of your opponent's bridges and then before he realizes it, he's hearing all these lemmings die and stuff. It's really sadistic fun. But yeah, I mean, I remember, I think it was probably 93. I was you know, like when your parents sometimes they have bring the kids to office day. I remember going to my mum's workplace during close to Christmas, and we went out to the shops afterwards, and she bought me Holiday Lemmings 93 for my birthday. Awesome. I think it was November, and I do love the Holiday Lemmings ones because they've got such cheerful Christmassy tunes. Really gets you in the mood.
Well, I always play that at Christmas time.
Yeah, it's a brilliant game for Christmas, that, and I love that one. But I do love the purity of the first one, but for me, I think Lemmings peaked with the second one because I really loved the different tribes and the different abilities and the variations on the levels, you know, all the different, like you had the space ones with all the magnetic boots to go upside down and all that type of stuff, and the Highland
it's a good game. It is a good game, but it
just depends on your taste, doesn't it? If you prefer the purity of the first, you're going to love the first. But I don't know, just the intro and everything else on the second game, and the different tribes and the story of bringing all the shards of the medallion together and everything. It just and plus you only had a certain amount of lemmings in the second one, and if you got towards the end of the game for that tribe and you only had like 2 lemmings left, it was hairy pants time. So I mean, it was just cool. It was just, I really enjoyed the second one as well. But I love any iteration apart from the later AGA version where the lemmings are a lot bigger and stuff. I didn't really get on with Lemmings. I think it was Lemmings 3, wasn't it, if I remember correctly? And then the 3D ones were utter just destroyed the concept really for me. But yeah, brilliant game. And also fond memories because I remember first time I saw it again was on Games Master. So
you get the memory. I mean, one thing you might be interested because you've got memories of playing the Mega Drive version. Amiga J, again, there's a link in the book. There's more Lemmings, which is like, you know, a homebrew version that came out in 2016 by Amiga J. And basically what he did, the reason it's why it's more Lemmings, is he gives you the additional levels that you get on the Mega Drive, because they had to redesigned a lot of the levels because of the limitations of the Mega Drive.
The joypad or whatnot, or
well, partly the joypad, but also the limitations of the Mega Drive itself.
oh, I see.
So, you know, but there is all the unique levels that you didn't get on the Amiga version.
Oh, brilliant.
Are there. So, you know, he's like 80 additional levels you're essentially getting, and, you know, being unique on the Mega Drive in addition. So if you're a big Lemmings fan like we all are, that's a great way of sort of like playing ones that are probably new to a lot of our listeners.
Yeah, that's cool.
Really, really good. Yeah, I mean, any more you want to say about that, Kingy?
No, I'm good. I'm good, thanks.
I was just going to say, everyone loved the nuke button as well, didn't they?
Oh yeah, we
of
didn't
course,
say the new one. And also let's just also mention the wonderful chip tune music.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it works so well. I mean, I was, they nearly, you know, they originally were going to do things like Mission Impossible and things like that. And then they got a bit nervous about, sort of copyright and things.
Oh, I think they did that in Lemmings too, didn't they? With the Shadow Clan.
Well, yeah, there was very similar. Yeah, very close. But yeah, I'm sort of glad that they chose like songs out of copyright, you know, but they are just wonderful.
They're more
tunes.
memorable for that reason.
They're hummable tunes, aren't they?
But they're also
hearing them
original
now.
tunes. Yeah, also original tunes. One of the things I did give a mention in the book too is Banjo Ollie. He does a lot of using real instruments. He does a lot of video game tunes, but he's done a lot of the original tunes are Lemmings, but with real instruments. Wonderful thing. So it's like on YouTube, so that's well worth a listen, you know, for your remasters and things. Yeah. Awesome. Right, shall we move on then?
Yeah.
We are on our number 2 game. And what is it? Well, it's The Secret of Monkey Island. Yes, it had to be here. Of course, it's the 1991 classic done by Lucasfilm, and on the Amiga it got published by US Gold, along with a lot of the home computer versions. Probably needs no introduction, but I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, to describe it to our listeners.
Yeah, this is what I said when Lucasfilm came and created these series of point-and-click adventures. They set the standard that then every other adventure company wanted to be. So in the wake of these, you saw a paradigm shift in point-and-click adventures, and it all simulated the game balance that we saw in the Monkey Island series. So great characterization, brilliant script, compelling puzzles, and the dialogue is just out of this world, isn't it? That's what
such great writing.
Yeah,
Ron Gilbert is the man when it comes to.
He is indeed.
Yeah.
He knows how to craft a game like this. So, yeah, you play the part of Guybrush Threepwood, who obviously then now becomes a complete and brilliant, revered anti-hero. Now everybody loves him as a character, and he's pitted up against the evil ghost pirate of LeChuck, and whilst he's trying to seek his fortunes as a pirate, and the mishaps along the way, and the other, and just all the different characters he meets. It's a wonderful game. I mean, I must admit, his sequel, LeChuck's Revenge, is superior in many ways with it, but...
Oh, yeah, definitely. You need to play the first one.
You need to play the first one, and therefore this is the origin, this is the seed. And it's only on 4 discs, so it's less frustrating swapping the discs around.
Yeah, it was 11 discs, the sequel, wasn't it? and it was pretty painful if you didn't have a
2
hard
disc
drive.
drives saved the day.
I know, I was a poor pauper.
Yeah, which is why. So I think we made the right decision for the Amiga. I'm with you. I think Monkey Island 2 is by far. I mean, it's basically like Secret of Monkey Island, but with more to it, isn't it? More puzzles and things. But there's just something so iconic, isn't there, about the original Secret of Monkey Island? The characters you meet, the brilliant sword fighting mechanic, where and it's so clever. I mean, a lesser designer would have done it where, taken sort of like, I don't know, Pirate's Gold or something and done some sort of clunky fighting game, but they don't. They use basically insults.
Yep.
So they explain it that insults are far more important than the actual sword fighting. So you have to like tie up an insult with a great riposte. So you fight like a dairy farmer. How appropriate! You fight like a cow. But the thing is you don't learn those the right answers initially. You have to go through some fighting, and then you learn all the responses as you continue to fight. Just another brilliant section. But the writing and the puzzles, it just revolutionized. It took everything they'd learned from Maniac Mansion and just ran with it, didn't it? And just cemented Lucasfilm as the premium adventure game creators, isn't it? To the point where today, people say, a Lucasfilm or LucasArts, as they became, as a style game is the way. I mean, what about you, Rick? What's your memories of Secret Monkey Island?
Oh, mate, it's just so well done. The writing and the jokes and the sense of humour, the set pieces. I've never completed the first one. I did get fairly far with it, but I really hit my stride with the second game. For some reason, that just captured me more. But it's just more of the same, isn't it? The second one, in a way, it just takes the original game and runs further with it. And I don't know. It's just a great game. So many great bits of music, real good atmosphere to it. The intuitive, Scum engine point and click system. It's just brilliant. It's a great game, and it well deserves number 2 on the top 50. I would say, for sure.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is definitely in my top 5. It is such a sublime adventure game.
But I have to bring up the frustration that the rubber chicken brought me in this game.
Yeah.
Right. Honestly, I mean, he even hints it doesn't have a use, the bloody chicken, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you're just stumped, right? And there's this cable that connects the 2 islands.
Yeah.
And you're just, how the hell am I going to get that? But on the chicken's arsehole, there's a pulley, as you do.
Yeah.
And therefore you put his legs over it, and monorail on its bloody arsehole onto the next island. There's like, I spent countless nights.
Yeah, oh, it is. It's so
We actually made one of those in my mate's back garden.
What, a rubber chicken death slide?
Not with a rubber chicken, but with a plastic bloody some plastic triangle or something. Yeah, one day it wore out to the bottom and snapped, and my mate fell about 20 foot.
bloody hell. I mean, it was, it's like on the second one, isn't it? The famous or infamous monkey wrench, isn't it?
To be honest, in the second one, it was the grog spitting competition.
The spitting competition.
You had to cheat and move the flag. I was like, for goodness sake. I mean, it was another one of these things.
Yeah, that one just stumped me for ages.
Serendipity that I came across clicking on it, because you have to basically touch everything on a screen in these games. That's the downside. It could just be a little knot, a little pixel at the far left. Oh, the hand, it changes to hand or the action symbol and say, oh, for goodness sake.
I think I did use a book for that bit back in the day.
No interwebs back then.
No. Oh, yeah, I mean, it was, but yeah, amazing adventure games. And I was so glad that he basically returned with Return of Monkey Island, and recently, wasn't it? He sort of went back, like the Curse of Monkey Island and Escape from Monkey Island, and all the sequels had never happened. And Ron Gilbert
but I still couldn't take it because I didn't like the graphics. I'm just a pixel junkie when it comes to that.
I'm with you. I didn't like the graphics, but the actual adventure game is pure Ron Gilbert gold. I mean, it is really good. But
I still reckon you can get good modern art, right? They just chose a weird avenue of aesthetics in this one to go down. It's like, really? It's just a bit. Who are they trying to appeal to with this?
Well, it's because vector, isn't it? It's just vector art is so easy to animate. That's the thing. It's pixel art is so time consuming for people to sort of like draw out, and it's unfortunate. But I'm like with you. I mean, I think it's. I've never been a fan of vector art. But
no,
writing.
Don't worry, there'll be a chat GPT pixel art generator around the corner soon.
Well, I'm sure it probably already is. I'm sure you could like to say
Well, you can make it do tile sheets of vector art for you. That already they can do it.
It's crazy, isn't it? Really,
Well.
I never thought this would ever be a thing. I just can't believe this tech is out there now. It's just
your particular skill sets has buggered me. I mean, you're one of the first ones swallowed up in this great.
I never thought it would be me first. You know what I mean? I know the programmers that get shafted first.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, we're all getting shafted.
Yeah, I mean. 2 years will be like hand jobs down London docks soon. That's about, hey, I can't do that yet.
How much do you charge for a good hard shag?
Awesome. Yeah. Right,
what's the final game, Drisky?
Final game may surprise some people, but I'm glad it is the number one. It is cannon fodder. This, of course, is Sensible Software again. Came out in 1993. War has never been so much fun. Obviously, published by Virgin Games. I'm going to pass it to you, Rick. Do you want to describe it to our listeners?
Oh, mate, what a game. It's probably, apart from SWOS, which done such a great job for the football side of things, I just think this is their best game in terms of what they managed to achieve with such small sprites. The way it kind of shows you the futility of war and everything, the sort of hillside recruitment staging area is so poignant. It's just, I don't know, it's just so ghostly. So and you know, the music from Richard Joseph and John Hare, the main menu Narcissus track, which was a song John Hare wrote back in the day. There's actually, he's got a really great version on the internet that he recorded with one of the session players for Pink Floyd. He does the saxophone on it. You should check that out on YouTube. It's a great version. It's got all the lyrics in it and everything. Nice. But it's such a cool little real-time strategy game where you take your soldiers, you start off with 3, and then you start achieving these missions and these objectives on each mission. It's very simple controls. You've got a button that takes you to the map to see an overview of the level. You've got the ability to split your squad into different groups or individual Marines or whatever you want to call it, and you just go about the levels and they just start ramping up in difficulty. Once you get past those really difficult first icy levels, you then start getting into like vehicles and doing crazy jumps and losing your squad and everything else. I don't know, I just think this is a complete package, and I'm so glad that it's number one, because I do think this is my number one Amiga game. It just captures something, and I'm kind of sad that it's never been revisited, because I think there's so much more they could do with this gameplay style. Syndicate was obviously the premium squad-based shooter at the time, but then when this dropped, it just managed to blow it out of the water with its simplicity. It just the sheer joy and frustration that you could feel from playing this game. That just one pixel moment of despair where the randomness of, say, blowing up a bunker and then the roof flies off and then it can fall anywhere and you think you're safe, and next minute all your squad's been done by this.
I know, I could never handle the hand grenades. It always went wrong for me.
Yeah. And then, of course, then you pick up like rockets and grenades for destroying, compounds or whatever else, gun placements and whatnot. And then, I don't know, just it's Lemmings-esque in its quality of level design. It just ramps up and gets more and more, frenetic and frantic. It's just a marvelous game. I love it to this day. I just, brilliant music, so much. I'll never forget the intro to this game where they're all taking a piss and pretending to be different characters from certain media and whatnot. It's just real fun. And
you got the music of singing "War Never Been So Much Fun."
The reggae tune at the beginning. It's just it's so good. It's a great game. Brilliant number one pick.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is sort of like obviously Sensible Soccer, I guess some would say it's their peak, but I think this was their peak in terms of just level design and everything like that. They just really got it. I mean, what about you, Kingy? What's your...
Yeah, everything you guys are saying, I think it deserves to be at the number one spot here. So there's no... You may have disputed every other game, in its position slightly, give or take a few points, but this one I think we're unanimous in its positioning. I think Sensible Software have came and took the concept that I had from Sensible Soccer, the zoomed out, reduced sprites idea, and went, well, what else can we do with this? What else can we create? And look what you've got. You've got this stunning looking tactical military game that is just a sheer fun to play. The level design is bang on. It is tongue in cheek. You're right about the poignant statement on the Monument Hill there, Rick. You know what I mean? But into the game, it's certainly tongue in cheek. I mean, I love on the snow controlling that skidoo type thing, running over all the enemies. It's just absolutely brilliant. So easy to play, but yet again, it was so popular. It was ported to pretty much every console. And that.
But without a mouse,
it's difficult. I couldn't abide it without the mouse. It needed it. You needed the quick, turnaround of pointing in a different location, aiming for the enemy soldiers coming towards you. I just wouldn't understand not wanting to play it on.
Whether people didn't get a choice in there, but that's one of the things. I think there's a lot of people that perhaps either didn't come from the Amiga background or that they came from a console background that don't get the true mastery of Cannon Fodder because you need the mouse.
Yeah, absolutely.
It plays okay with
it's
a controller.
Doable.
It's doable, but
you're fighting against the controls, aren't you? Really?
Yeah, it takes it to another level.
That becomes a third enemy in the game, or a second type enemy. Sorry, you know what I mean? You don't want that. You want it to be intuitive. Like when you pick this up with the mouse, you knew what you were to do immediately, right? The walk and the path of as the crow flies where you click simply. So it was so easy to do that with the mouse. Such a good use. I mean, there's so many good uses of the mouse on the Amiga over its history, but this is by far the best.
No, I totally agree. And yeah, they certainly got a lot of mileage out of the megalomania because everything stemmed, with the small characters. I obviously did Megalomania, which was a brilliant game, didn't make our list. And then they got the idea to do football, and then they got the idea to do sort of like a tactical overhead
just
shooter.
on a side note, it's a little bit of fun, but I actually do quite like sensible golf as well. It's
That's all right. I really like sensible golf.
I quite like it.
Yeah, I really enjoy that as a game.
Yeah, it's cute enough. I mean, but you could definitely feel them going down. The trouble is, I'm doing a lot of research for the book of like digging in because I write a whole history piece of sensible software because I really sort of dug into it all, and it's sort of. You can see where they went wrong, that they suddenly started to do all these different projects, some on the Amiga, some on the PC, and all at the same time. And that's, you can see when things started to go wrong because suddenly they weren't all concentrating on the games. I mean, Cannon Fodder 2 is a perfect example because they got Stuart Campbell, who was like the Amiga long-time game reviewer. They brought him in to do the level design and things, but of course he's never designed a game before. He's reviewed games before, and they got like a different graphic artist in, and they weren't really whereas like Cannon Fodder was John Hare basically designing everything out and saying this will work and everybody playing it to death. With Cannon Fodder 2, it was just sort of like effectively new members of sensible software and just say, go forth and try and make something with the engine. And that's why, I mean, what was your take of Cannon Fodder 2? Do you like it?
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't like the aliens side to it. Aliens! But it started getting a bit silly then, and I thought those level designs were a lot more difficult, and just something about them was not just enjoyable. I just liked the real world side.
It's silly, wasn't it? You got 1930s, because it does time travel, doesn't it? The sequel, Aliens.
I think that was a missed opportunity, though, because I think they really could have taken this engine and maybe done a futuristic one, or that added different weapons and different abilities. They could have run with it a bit more aggressively rather than just sort of bang out extra levels, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And again,
I'm with you there.
I mean, what I would have loved to have seen, and you're right, what you mentioned, Rick, at the beginning of this, is that Cannon Fodder is probably one that I would love them to truly revisit. But I mean, if I was doing it, I would have. I mean, you could do parodies of the films. I mean, if you're going to do a future level, make it like Alien.
I was just going to say that.
James Cameron,
could you imagine them doing
Terminator,
an alien breed inspired Cannon Fodder in his style? It'd be awesome. Where you could drop sentry guns and all sorts. It'd be fantastic.
But they just it's not it was not the fault of Stuart Campbell and people like that. They just simply were.
They just loved it and wanted to be involved, didn't they? Yeah.
Well, they were just left. I mean, when you join a new team, you expect to be given some sort of like guidance, not just say go forth and just do what you want.
I think it was that sex and drugs and rock and roll which really killed them, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I mean, we go into it all, but they and 3D, 3D in general, which sex, drugs, and rock and roll was as well. They just bit off more than they could chew. But they got paid a good, nice deal from Codemasters, so don't feel sorry for them. They were one of the few that came out on top, really. The original members, well, certainly John Hare and Chris. But that is it, boys and girls. That is our top 50. I mean, and what a collection it has been. But don't worry, don't get upset with us if your favourite game or games that you think should have been in the top 50 list.
Yeah, don't get upset with us. Just get upset with Rick for mucking about with this spreadsheet.
Yeah, adding in his weird ass games.
I'm the whipping boy these days.
But no, what we've done in the back of the book, as I mentioned, we've reached out to a lot of certainly our favourite members in other retro gaming podcasts or YouTube, or people like Sam Dyer, of course, does those fantastic bitmap books, those sort of printouts. People like Paul Monahan, who of course does that fantastic Amiga Addict modern magazine. I mean, how wonderful that there's a modern Amiga magazine that's there.
And there's so many good games coming out for the Amiga now, isn't there? With the Scorpion engine and other things, there's a real community, and there's a lot of great Amiga games coming out now. I think it might be worth doing a show on the sort of newer Amiga games.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I'll be up for that. Yeah. Loads of people. So there's all those recommendations, and then at the back of the book, as I mentioned, I've gone through as many games as I could sort of do of what I consider the best in each genre. So, different numbers depending on the size of the genre. So, like, platforms, there's a 100, top 100, but it's got, hopefully, I guess is what I'm saying, is between all of that, there should be something there. Hopefully your favourite game will get at least a mention there. So, despite Rick ruining it and taking out some of these gems, they at least get a mention. Sorry, Rick.
I'm just disappointed there's no Wardener conversion for the Amiga.
I'm surprised you haven't written one for Scorpion.
I probably will one day if I ever get my arse in gear.
Yeah. Awesome. But any final thoughts? I'll go to you, Kingy, first.
It just shows you, right? I mean, we've battled hard just to get 50 games on this for the Amiga, and looking at your list at the end, it's like, yeah, that should have been there. Yeah, this should have been there. So many great memories of this computer that really puts it up on its pedestal of one of the greatest home micros of all time.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, you could, and this is where I've always come a cropper when I've ever tried to write Amiga books in the past, is there's so many wonderful games. There's so many more wonderful games than you get on a typical many consoles or anything, just simply because of the breadth of software. It's very easy to, you could end up writing hundreds of books on the number of games. So it was kind of good to limit it to 50, although it was technically about 100 when you had all the sequels and things in the book. And even that was like 2 books, as we discussed. It's two massive books.
Yeah. And I think that the trouble is, because there was 3 of us on this episode, also if we'd done a top 100 like we did with the ZX Spectrum, or one, we moved on to an era where the games are a bit more complex, so you have to explain them a little bit more, talk about a little bit more as well. And with 3 of us speaking, it would have been a 10-hour episode for the first 50.
Yeah, exactly. So it's it was right to do the 50, but I am pleased that these, for people new to the Amiga, I think it's a great introduction. There's lots of games to give a try. But the thing I urge our listeners, if you are new to the Amiga, or even if you're like a veteran of the Amiga, to try these games on the Amiga, because, there's a lot of games that just do not feel the same, even if they've got console ports.
Well, like for example, Sensible World of Soccer, the PC version is absolutely gash. Yeah, I know there's an amount of people who do like it on the PC, but it just, the physics are completely different. It just doesn't feel the same game.
Yeah, exactly. And if with some of these games as well, try to play with a joystick if you can, because a lot of the games, they were designed for a joystick. So if you've got an arcade stick and you're doing emulation, do it on the arcade.
That's
stick.
what I do it with.
Yeah, because or like if you've got a Competition Pro USB, like a classic example is Speedball 2. You can't really play it on a joypad. It just, I mean, you can obviously, but it's just so much more difficult to pull off all the moves.
You need the leverage of the stick, don't you?
Even Cannon Fodder on the Amiga, it was adapted more for the consoles, but trying that on a D-pad to keep the ball on your foot as you're rotating around or doing the curve kick is difficult.
Yeah. I mean, all of these, they were designed for joysticks, so awesome. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed. Any more? Actually, Rick, is there any more you want to say before we wrap things up?
Just there was the 16-bit era is my most favourite period of video gaming. I know Kingy's an 8-bit man, and you're sort of somewhere in between, aren't you, Drisky?
Yeah.
But I think really, as much as I love the Mega Drive and the PC Engine more latterly, I think the Amiga, just for its uniqueness and the breadth of experiences you could have on it, I think it still sits as my favourite like gaming platform of all time. It's the machine that I had the most fun on for playing games or doing art or
the versatility.
It was a fantastic computer. I got my first taste with the ST, but then when I got my Amiga, it just blew open, and in the later years being able to view the web on it and whatever else, it was a fantastic machine. Lots of fond memories of it. And I think this list, whilst we could have gone for an absolute sort of like maybe a more clinical list in terms of the top 50, I think with our eclectic taste, this top 50 came out pretty decent, because if it was just Drisky and Kingy, there probably wouldn't have been any fighting games.
It'd be 100 platformers.
Just no Mickey taking implied. Just I think just having an aggregate of different tastes, picking a top 50 worked really well for this episode. And I think it just gives the breadth for the Amiga's quality, if that makes sense.
No, I mean, I have to say, I've looked through like a lot of lists of people, when we decided to do this, because originally I was planning to compile a list at the back of what other, top 100 lists from Amiga Power and other magazines and like Amiga Addict and stuff like that. But the book was too big already, so I decided to drop that section. I can honestly say I think this is probably one of the most solid lists that I've seen for capturing what the Amiga was. Because there's enough, as you say, you've got all the different genres and there's enough curveballs, but it truly is, like, for the most part, it truly is the best that it can offer. And you often find with a lot of other lists there, because it's often done by individuals, there's some real weird choices. I mean, Amiga Power tended to choose whether they could get like a free cover disc or out of it or stuff like that, for example. It's not, you look at it and it's not really the best 100 Amiga games. It's there's other factors that come into it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Any more you want to say before we wrap things up with the playing out the final music?
I think we're all good there, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, we've smashed it.
So I hope you've enjoyed, boys and girls, and please, reach out to us to say what you would have chosen or games you tried that we suggested. We love to hear about it all. But also, please tell us what you think of these books. I genuinely feel...
Please download the books. A lot of effort's gone into them, especially from Drisky, and it mean the world to him if you actually download them. And
because you and I just used ChatGPT to write our bits. That was the easy part, wasn't it?
but I mean, and I genuinely think it is like the best book on the Amiga for games. I genuinely think, because I don't. because it goes in depth into things, and it covers
It covers
the whole
everything,
breadth.
mate. Yeah.
I know it's a lot for people to read, but it's not like one that you have to read from cover to cover. You can just
It's a coffee table book, isn't it?
You can just dip into the bits you're interested in, and read. More importantly, not just what we think, but what the reviewers all thought back in the day. Yeah. Awesome. Well, I've really enjoyed this. Thank you both for being on this.
Problem,
I know it's been a
Pleasure.
long one, but and to our listeners, thanks for listening all the way through to the end. We really appreciate it. Your support and passion is what keeps us going. And finally, I also should say thank you to everybody that helped contribute to the books, like the other people in the retro community as well.
Thanks for your time and effort, for sure.
All appreciated. All right, let's wrap things up with the sign out music. Keep it retro.
Bye.
Cool.
I touched your hand and felt your softness.